The conference room in the psychology building smelled of dry erase markers, stale coffee, and the particular ozone of anticipation that precedes a defense. Alara Voss stood at the podium, her fingers light on the edges of her printed slides, and felt the familiar hum beneath her sternum, the one that had nothing to do with nerves and everything to do with the architecture of recall. She had built this room in her mind 1,000 times. Every angle. The scuff on the baseboard near the door. The way the overhead projector's fan stuttered on the third cycle. The professor in the second row, who always coughed at minute 14. She had encoded it all, indexed it, cross-referenced it against the floor plan she'd memorized from the building's fire evacuation map. This was not anxiety. This was preparation. "Doctor." "Voss," said Doctor. Harriet McLean, department chair, her voice carrying the weight of 30 years of gatekeeping. "You may begin." Alara clicked the remote. The screen bloomed with her title slide in clean Helvetica, episodic memory encoding under acute threat, a predictive model. Alara Voss, M.A. Doctoral candidate, Department of Cognitive Psychology, College of Charleston. She didn't look at the screen. She looked at the committee. "Doctor." Eris Thorne, no relation, cruel irony, sat center, his silver hair brushed back with surgical precision. His fingers steepled. He had published the seminal paper on stress-induced hippocampal suppression in 2003. He would be the hardest to convince. To his left, Dr. Miriam Kessler, cognitive neuroscientist, tapping on her tablet. She wanted fMRI data. She always wanted fMRI data. To his right, Dr. Adrian Voss. Her father. He sat perfectly still in his charcoal suit, the one he wore for conferences and funerals. His hands folded on the table. His expression was the mask he'd worn for 10 years, proud, distant, terrified. The same mask he'd worn at Sarah's empty casket service. The same mask he'd worn at every one of Alara's milestones, bachelor's, master's, now this, as if each achievement were a eulogy for the daughter who wasn't here to achieve them. Alara's throat tightened. She swallowed. Indexed the sensation. Globus sensation, psychosomatic, triggered by paternal gaze, timestamp 09/14/22. "Thank you," she said, her voice clear, calibrated. "My proposal examines a gap in the literature, so fundamental it's invisible. We know that acute stress impairs declarative memory. The Yerkes-Dodson curve. The glucocorticoid cascade. The amygdala's hijacking of prefrontal resources. This is settled science," she clicked. A graph appeared. But the literature treats impairment as a binary outcome. Degraded or not. What if degradation is not the whole story, Doctor? Thorne's eyebrow moved. A micro-expression. Interest. Or skepticism. Leaning interest. "What if," Alara continued, "the brain under threat doesn't simply fail to encode? What if it reprioritizes? What if the hippocampus, flooded with norepinephrine, shifts from semantic gist to spatial temporal precision? We have anecdotal evidence. Survivors of car crashes who recall the exact angle of shattered glass. Combat veterans who can reconstruct a firefight's geometry decades later, but cannot remember their own wedding vows. The current model calls this fragmentation. I call it selection," she clicked. Her model unfolded, a flowchart of predictive variables, threat proximity, sensory modality, prior expertise, cognitive load, feeding into a computational output, probability of hyperencoding per stimulus category. "It's theoretical, Doctor," Kessler said, not looking up. "Untestable. You cannot ethically induce acute threat in human subjects. IRB would never approve. This is a thought experiment dressed in mathematics, which is why," Alara said, I propose a naturalistic observationally a retrospective computational analysis. Cold cases. Survivor testimonies. Police transcripts. We have 40 years of documented abduction cases in the Southeast alone. Each transcript is a dataset. Each survivor, a subject who already experienced the independent variable. We don't need to induce threat. We need to mine the data threat already produced. Data mining testimony, Doctor. Thorne murmured. Memory is reconstructive, Ms. Voss. Every recall is a rewrite. Your datasets are contaminated by time, trauma therapy, media exposure, which is why the model accounts for contamination vectors, she countered, smooth. Time since event. Interview frequency. Media exposure index. The model doesn't assume veracity. It predicts encoding probability per detail type. We validate against corroborated physical evidence, the details that can be verified. The license plate glimpsed in a rearview mirror. The knot type on a binding. The title phase at the moment of abduction. Silence. The projector fan stuttered. Minute 14. Doctor. Adrian Voss shifted. The creak of his chair was loud in the quiet. Ilera, he said. His voice was quiet, rough. Your sister's case file. The transcripts. You've analyzed them, not a question. I've memorized them, she said. Every interview. Every search log. Every failed lead. I've built a memory palace of that night. I can walk the causeway in my mind at any tidal phase. I can tell you the exact angle of the headlights on the marsh grass at 1947. I can tell you the scent, salt, diesel, cordgrass pollen, because I encoded it. I was 18. I was terrified. And my brain chose what to keep. The air in the room changed. Pressure drop. Temperature shift. Doctor. Thorne leaned back. And what did your brain choose, Ms. Voss? What survived the filter? Ilera's fingers tightened on the podium. Tactile pressure. Proprioceptive anchor. Heart rate, 87. Respiratory rate, 14. It chose the man who stopped to help, she said. Silver SUV. South Carolina plates. Clean fingernails. Chlorhexidine scent, surgical scrub. He favored his left side. Old injury. His key fob didn't match the SUV. He had a medical license in his wallet. I saw the number. DEA registration. I was 18. I was in shock. And I recorded it all. She turned to the screen. Clicked. A new slide. A grainy sketch, a timeline, a map of the causeway with tidal markers. Sarah Voss. 14 years old. July 12, 2014. Low tide. 1947. The causeway was passable. She was walking home from the library. I was supposed to pick her up. I was late. 13 minutes. The man in the silver SUV, he didn't take me. He took her. Because she was smaller. Because she was alone. Because I wasn't there. Her voice did not break. She had practiced this. She had encoded this. The words were objects in a palace she visited nightly. The police had the sketch. The partial plate. The chlorhexidine lead. They chased it for 3 years. Cold case since 2017. But the data was there. The encoding was there. I was there. And no one asked the right questions. No one treated my memory as evidence. They treated it as grief, Doctor. Kessler's tapping stopped. Your proposal, Doctor, Thorne said slowly, argues that victims of acute threat are not unreliable witnesses, they are specialized witnesses. That the brain, under duress, becomes a high-fidelity instrument for specific data types. Spatial. Temporal. Sensory. At the cost of semantic. Narrative. Self, precisely. And you believe this model can be validated. Retrospectively. Predictively, I believe it must be. Because right now, the system discards the very witnesses who saw the most. It calls them traumatized, unreliable, hysterical. It discards the data that could solve the case. She looked at her father then. Direct, unflinching. 10 years. 10 years of cold cases. 10 years of families told, we don't have enough. What if we do? What if the evidence is sitting in interview transcripts, in survivor memories, in the architecture of a brain that chose to remember the not instead of the name? What if my sister's case, what if all of them are solvable now if we just know how to read the encoding? The silence stretched. The projector fan completed its cycle. Coughed. Restarted. Then, from the back of the room, a voice. Low. Rough. Familiar in a way that made Alara's amygdala spike. The chlorhexidine lead. 2014. You said the key fob didn't match the SUV. Alara turned. The back row. Shadowed by the projector's throw. A man in a charcoal suit, collar open, no tie. Dark hair graying at the temples. Hands folded loose on his knee. Posture. Alert, coiled. The stillness of someone who has sat in too many interrogation rooms on the right side of the table. Detective Julian Cade. She knew him from the case file. Young detective, assigned to Sarah's case in 14. The one who'd come to the house. The one who'd knelt in the marsh grass and let Alara's mother scream into his shoulder. The one who'd promised he wouldn't stop looking. He'd been transferred. Promoted. Homicide. But he'd kept the file. She knew because she'd checked. Every year. Every anniversary. She'd foiled the access logs. His badge number appeared in the digital trail like a heartbeat. He hadn't stopped. And now he was here. In her defense. 10 years later. Their eyes met. Alara's mind palace shifted. A new room constructed in real time. Jules Cade. 34. Homicide. Guilt index, critical. Sleep debt, visible. Coffee consumption, high. He wears his failure like a second skin. He came anyway. His gaze held hers. No pity. No professional distance. Something raw and quiet and recognizing. The same architecture, she thought. He built a palace too. Different blueprint. Same foundation. Detective Cade, doctor. McLean said, surprised. We didn't expect. I asked to be notified, he said. His voice was sandpaper. Anything related to the Voss case. Anything Alara Voss touches. I read the proposal. The chlorhexidine detail, that was in the original interview. You were 18. You gave that detail in your first statement. The sketch artist drew the man from your description. We ran the DEA number. Came up clean. No flags. The license was current. Doctor. Silas Thorne. Trauma surgeon. Charleston General. Clean record. No priors. We investigated. Dead end, Alara's breath caught. Thorne. Silas Thorne. Trauma surgeon. Clean fingernails. Chlorhexidine. Favored left side. Key fob mismatch. DEA registration. She had memorized the name. The number. The specialty. She had waited for it to mean something. It wasn't a dead end, she said. It was a data point. Uncorroborated. Unconnected. But encoded, Cade rose. Walked down the aisle. Slow. Deliberate. The committee watched. Her father watched. Paternal tension spike. Protective instinct. Fear. Cade stopped at the front. Looked up at her. Close enough that she could see the fine lines at his eyes. The exhaustion etched into bone. "May I?" he asked. Gestured to the screen. She stepped aside. He studied the model. The flowchart. The predictive variables. The contamination vectors. His fingers traced the edge of the podium, tactile grounding, then pointed to a node. "Prior expertise," he read. "You have prior expertise as a variable that modulates encoding fidelity." "What counts as expertise?" "Domain-relevant knowledge," she said. "A mechanic encodes engine sounds. A surgeon encodes anatomical landmarks. A detective encodes behavioral cues. The brain prioritizes what it already has schemas for." "Schemas," he repeated. So a cognitive psychology PhD candidate who spent 10 years studying memory under stress, she'd encode what? Alara's pulse kicked. Cardiac accelerant. Anticipatory dopamine. The thrill of being seen. "Everything," she said. "The schemas are meta. I encode the encoding. I watch my own brain choose. I am the instrument and the observer." Cade was quiet a long moment. Then his mouth quirked, not a smile. Something closer to respect. Or grief. Or both. "Hell of an instrument," he said. "Doctor." Thorne cleared his throat. "Detective. This is an academic defense. Not a case review. It's both," Cade said without turning. "Always been both. The proposal argues that survivor memory is evidence. That means this," he tapped the screen, "is a methodology for justice. I've spent 10 years watching evidence degrade. Witnesses die. Memories fade. Files box up. If there's a way to read what's already written in a survivor's mind, a systematic way, then this isn't theoretical. It's the only thing that matters." He turned to the committee. His gaze swept them. Challenging. "Ms. Voss has done something no one else could. She took the night her sister disappeared and turned it into a science. She built a framework that says, the victim is the witness. The trauma is the method. The memory is the evidence. 10 years ago, I promised her mother I'd find Sarah. I failed. Every lead died. Every suspect cleared. But Alara, she didn't clear. She compiled. She built this," he gestured at the screen. "And if this model works, if it can pull signal from noise in cold case transcripts, then maybe the failure wasn't total. Maybe the data was just waiting for the right architecture." He looked back at Alara. Right, Alara, the use of her first name. The intimacy of it in the sterile room. The committee stiffened. Her father went still, a statue of suppressed fury and something else. Something like hope. Alara's mind palace expanded. New wing, Jules Cade. Anchor. Tether. The variable I solved for. Right, she said. The architecture holds. The data is there. We just have to read it. Cade held her gaze. Something passed between them, not romantic, not yet, but foundational. The recognition of two people who had been building the same structure from opposite sides, neither knowing the other existed, until now. Then let's read it, he said. Doctor. McLean adjusted her glasses. Well, this is highly irregular. But the committee recognizes the interdisciplinary potential. Doctor. Thorne. Doctor. Kessler, doctor. Kessler tapped her tablet one final time. The model is speculative. The validation pathway is creative. But the computational framework is sound. The retrospective design sidesteps IRB concerns. I'd want to see the contamination indices operationalized. But she glanced at Cade, then back to Alara. It's the most original proposal I've seen in 15 years. I vote pass. With revisions. Extensive revisions, Doctor. Thorne was slower. His eyes moved between Alara, her father, Cade. Calculating. Science requires falsifiability, he said. Your model predicts hyperencoding of spatial temporal markers under threat. That's falsifiable. If survivors don't show that pattern, if the pattern is random, or if it's better explained by rehearsal or media contamination, the model fails. Are you prepared for that? Alara straightened. I'm prepared for the data to tell me I'm wrong. That's the only way the architecture improves. Good. A pause. Then I vote pass. With the condition that you secure access to the cold case, transcripts through official channels. No FOIA workarounds. No unilateral analysis. This goes through the department, the IRB, and the relevant law enforcement agencies. Including Detective Cade's unit. Cade inclined his head. Already arranged. Special Agent Mara Larkin, FBI. She's been chasing a pattern across 3 states. She'll want this model. She'll want her. Alara filed that away. Mara Larkin. FBI. 3-state pattern. Connection pending. Doctor. McLean tapped her pen. Then it's settled. Conditional pass. Revisions due in 30 days. Congratulations, Doctor. Voss, Doctor. The word landed in her chest like a stone in deep water. Ripples. 10 years of building toward this. 10 years of Sarah's absence, shaping every choice. She nodded. Thank you. All of you. The committee began to gather. Papers shuffled. Chairs scraped. Doctor. Kessler left first, already dictating notes. Doctor. Thorne lingered, speaking quietly to Doctor. McLean about grant implications. Her father did not move. Alara packed her slides. Her hands were steady. Fine motor control intact. No tremor. Cortisol declining. Alara, she looked up. Adrian Voss stood at the table's edge. Close enough to touch. His face was the mask, proud, distant, terrified, but his eyes. His eyes were wet. You did it, he said. You built it. The architecture. She would have, Sarah would have. He couldn't finish. The mask cracked. Just for a second. A father's grief, raw and unindexed. Alara reached out. Touched his hand. Contact. Warmth. Pulse sync. Oxytocin surge. She's in every room, Dad, she said. Every palace. Every hallway. She's the foundation. I didn't build this for her. I built it with her. He covered her hand with his. Squeezed. Once. Hard. Drive safe, he said. The causeway floods at high tide. 22:40 tonight. Don't be on it after 22:00. I know the tide charts. I memorized them. I know you do, he released her. Stepped back. The mask slid back into place, not perfectly. Fractured at the edges. Good night, Alara. Doctor, good night, Dad, he walked out. Shoulders straighter than she'd seen in years. Alara exhaled. Respiratory reset. Parasympathetic engagement. You're going to need a ride, she turned. Cade leaned against the doorframe. Arms crossed. The fluorescent light caught the silver at his temples. The exhaustion. The life. My car's in the lot, she said. I drove, humor me. I'll follow you. Make sure you get on the causeway before the tide turns. You don't have to, I know. I want to, the simplicity of it. No negotiation. No performance. Just fact. Ilara's mind palace added a new corridor. Jules Cade. Protective instinct. Not possessive. Not performative. Functional. He shows up. He stays. He watches the tide. Okay, she said. But I'm driving. And you're buying coffee. The good kind. Not the station sludge. Cade pushed off the doorframe. A ghost of a smile. Real this time. Tired but real. Deal. But if we're doing coffee, you're explaining the chlorhexidine thing. The key fob. The DEA number. All of it. From the beginning. From the beginning is 10 years. We'll need more than coffee. Then we'll need breakfast too. And lunch. And however many meals it takes, he held the door. Waited. Ilara shouldered her bag. Weight distribution. Proprioceptive check. Ready. As she passed him, she caught his scent. Not chlorhexidine. Coffee. Wool. Salt air. Rain. Home, her amygdala whispered. Anchor. Tether. Shore. She walked into the hallway. He followed. Behind them, the conference room sat empty. The projector fan cycled. The screen glowed white, waiting for the next presentation. But the architecture remained. Built into the walls. Indexed in the air. A palace no one could demolish, because it lived in the mind of a woman who had decided, 10 years ago, that memory was not a ghost. It was a weapon. And she had just learned how to aim it. The causeway stretched ahead, a gray ribbon across black marsh. The tide was falling. Low tide at 1947. 13 minutes from now. She would be on it. She would drive. She would rehearse her defense, the revised one, the real one, the one that mattered. And somewhere in the gathering dark, a silver SUV waited. But that was tomorrow's encoding. Tonight, she had a detective beside her. A father who had finally cracked open. A dissertation passed. And a sister, walking every hallway of every palace she built, not lost. Archived. Indexed. Alive in the architecture. Ilara got in her car. Started the engine. Checked the rear view. Cade's headlights flared behind her. 2 beams cutting the dusk. Convoy, she thought. Formation. Protection. Not rescue, escort. She put the car in drive. The tires hummed on asphalt. The marsh breathed. The tide turned. And Ilara Voss, Ph.D., drove into the dark, remembering everything. Chapter 2, the causeway stretched ahead of her. A gray ribbon of asphalt laid across the breathing mouth of the marsh, and Ilara Voss gripped the steering wheel until her knuckles matched the road. Low tide. 1842. The tide chart on her phone, screenshot, laminated, taped to the dash of her 10-year-old Honda, had been precise. The water had retreated far enough to expose the oyster beds, the mudflats, the skeletal ribs of a shrimp boat that had given up the ghost in '98. Cordgrass stood in ranks, brown and brittle, clinging to the edges of the world. The air tasted of salt and rot and something older, mineral, the smell of the earth exhaling. She liked the causeway. She hated the causeway. It was the only road to her father's lab on James Island, the only route that didn't add 20 minutes of bridge traffic, and it was a variable she could not control. The tide waited for no dissertation defense. The tide did not care about her committee's skepticism or the way doctor. Eris Thorne, no relation, thank God, but the irony wasn't lost on her, had arched a silver eyebrow at her methodology and said, Ms. Voss, you're asking us to fund a study on memory formation under conditions we cannot ethically replicate. You're proposing a predictive model for a phenomenon we can only observe post hoc. This isn't science. It's storytelling. It's survival, she had thought and kept her face calm. It's the only way I know to make the past stop moving. Now, 2 hours later, the defense was done. The committee had granted conditional approval. 6 months, quarterly reviews, an ethics board oversight that would choke a horse. She had nodded, thanked them, packed her notes into her bag with fingers that trembled only when no one was watching. And now she was driving home, rehearsing the revisions she would make to Chapter 3, the ones Thorne had eviscerated, the ones she already knew how to fix because she had been fixing them in her head for 3 years. Amygdala hijack, prefrontal suppression, hippocampal prioritization of spatial temporal markers over semantic detail. The brain, under threat, becomes a cartographer. It maps the exit before it names the fear. She spoke the words aloud, her voice thin in the cabin. Spatial temporal markers. Exit before fear. Exit before fear. The Honda's tires hummed on the damp asphalt. The causeway had no shoulder, no guardrails, just the water rising slow and silent on either side, the tide turning faster than the chart predicted. She checked the rearview mirror. Empty. The side mirrors. Empty. The marshes stretched to a horizon bruised purple by the coming storm. Not a light, not a house, not a soul. Good. She needed the silence. She needed to rebuild the memory palace she had dismantled for the defense, the one where Sarah's disappearance lived, room by room, object by object, scent by scent, and she needed to do it before she reached her apartment and her father's inevitable text. How did it go? And her mother's inevitable silence, and Lydia's inevitable 3-page text message written in all caps and emojis. Reconstruct the night. The causeway. The car. Through ahead, hazard lights blinked. Amber. Rhythmic. Wrong. Alara's foot eased off the accelerator. The Honda slowed. Her eyes scanned, cataloged, filed. Silver SUV. Late model. Domestic. Clean. No mud on the rocker panels despite the marsh. Hazard lights on. Engine running, exhaust visible in the cooling air. Driver's side door open. Male figure standing at the rear, waving. Crisp white shirt. Sleeves rolled to elbows. Dark hair short. No visible weapon. Posture, relaxed, non-threatening, helpful. Trouble. Every instinct, the ones honed by 10 years of replaying the last time she saw her sister, the last time she failed to see, screamed at her to drive past. The causeway had no cell service. No witnesses. No escape. The tide was rising. The water was already lapping at the edge of the pavement, black and hungry. But she was a scientist. She was a woman who studied how the brain betrays itself under stress. She knew the literature on bystander effect, on the psychology of the Good Samaritan, on the predator's exploitation of empathy. She knew the data. She also knew the cost of ignoring a stranger on a drowning road. Decision point, she thought, and her mind palace lit up a new room. Variable, empathy. Constant, risk. Outcome, unknown. She pulled over 20 feet behind the SUV. Engaged the parking brake. Left the engine running. Locked the doors. Unlocked them. Cracked the window 3 inches. Checked the rear view again. Still empty. Good. Good. Control what you can. She stepped out into the salt wind. The man turned at the sound of her door. His face was handsome, the words surfaced unbidden, then filed under irrelevant, sharp cheekbones, a jawline that spoke of generations of good nutrition, eyes the color of pale tea. He looked tired. Kind. The kind of tired that comes from saving lives, maybe. The kind of that comes from practice. Thank God, he said. His voice was a baritone, smooth, calibrated. "I've been here 20 minutes. Not a soul. My wife, she's in the car. She's not feeling well, something she ate. And the baby," he gestured to the SUV. "She's 3 months. First pregnancy. I didn't want to move her, not with the tide coming in, but the engines overheating, steam from the hood, and I'm a doctor. Thorne. Sela's Thorne. Trauma surgery at MUSC. I should have pulled over sooner, but she said she was fine, and then she wasn't, and he was talking fast. Too fast." Ilara's eyes moved without her permission. Fingernails. Clean. No dirt under the cuticles. No calluses on the palms. Not a surgeon's hands, not really. Not the ones she'd seen in the OR galleries during her rotation. The scent, chlorhexidine faint medical under the cologne creed, Aventus expensive. The weight distribution, favoring the left side, right hip slightly elevated. Old injury. Compensatory gait. The key fob in his left hand, Merced's emblem. Not the SUV's key. The SUV was a Ford Expedition. The fob didn't match. Lie. 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 Her throat clicked. "Dr. Thorne. I'm Ilara Voss. Cognitive psychology. I have water in the car. A blanket. My phone doesn't work out here, but I can drive you to the causeway entrance. Flag someone down. Get in the car. Drive. Now. Would you?" Thorne's smile didn't reach his eyes. They were pale, flat, interested. You're a good person. Rare. I appreciate it." He turned toward the SUV. "Sarah. Honey. This young woman's going to help us. Sarah." The name hit her like a physical blow. Her sister's name. Her lost sister's name. Coincidence. Common name. Variable, coincidence. Constant, trigger. Outcome, hesitation. The passenger door of the SUV opened. No woman emerged. Instead, a shape unfolded from the shadows of the back seat. A second man, larger, younger, wearing a dark hoodie despite the humidity, his face obscured. He held something in his hand. A device. Black. 2 prongs. Taser. Civilian model. Range, 15 feet. Voltage, 50,000. Duration, 5 seconds. Effect, neuromuscular incapacitation. Pain, excruciating. Memory encoding, disrupted but not erased, the amygdala still records. Ilara's body moved before her mind caught up. She stepped back. Her hand found the door handle of the Honda. Locked. Unlocked. Open. In. Lock. Drive. Subject 1, Thorne said, and his voice had changed. The warmth evaporated, leaving something cold and clinical, a scientist's voice. Baseline vitals elevated. Cortisol spike anticipated. Amygdala activation, robust. Excellent, the man in the hoodie raised the taser. Ilara threw herself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, fumbled for the lock, too slow, and the window shattered. Glass. Sound. Pain in her forearm where a shard bit deep. The taser's probes punched through the empty air where her chest had been a heartbeat ago, striking the headrest, the door panel missing. She screamed, not fear data, record the sound, record the feel and turn the key. The Honda roared to life. She stomped the accelerator. The tires spun on wet asphalt, caught lunged. Thorne stood in the road, unmoving. The hooded man racked the taser, ejected the spent cartridge, loaded a fresh one with practiced ease. 2 shots. He has 2 shots. Maybe more. Reload time, 3 seconds. Distance, closing. Speed, 40. 50. 60. The causeway narrowed ahead. The water rose. The tide, indifferent, swallowed the road markers, the white reflectors disappearing one by one, eaten by black. High tide in 40 minutes. The road will be impassable in 20. He knows. He planned this. He planned the tide. Alara's eyes flicked to the rear view. The silver SUV pulled onto the causeway behind her. No hurry. No panic. Predator pace. License plate. Memorize. 7VR3K9. South Carolina. Silver Ford Expedition. Scratch on rear bumper, passenger side. Dent near the tailgate. Roof rack. No stickers. Clean. Her phone sat in the cup holder. She snatched it. No signal. No signal. No 911. No Lydia. No Jules. Jules. The name surfaced from the memory palace, unbidden, a room she had built for him without permission. The detective who had sat in the back of the lecture hall today. The one who had worked Sarah's case. The one who had never stopped looking. He saw me. He saw the defense. He knows I'm on this road. He knows the tide. Did he? Did anyone know? Variable, rescue. Probability, near zero. Constant, self-reliance. Outcome, dependent on encoding. She drove faster. The Honda shuddered. The speedometer climbed. The water licked the tires, then the undercarriage, a cold tongue testing the metal. Causeway length, 2.3 miles. Distance covered, 1.1. Distance remaining, 1.2. Time at 60, 1.2 minutes. Time at 40, 1.8. SUV closing speed, 20 mph relative. Intercept point, 0.9 miles ahead. At the narrowest section, where the road dips. She knew the topography. She had mapped it. Memory Palace, Room 3, the causeway. Every pothole. Every reflector. Every dip and rise. There. The dip. The water deepest there. The Honda will stall if the intake floods. The SUV, higher clearance. He'll pass me there. Block me. Trap me. Options. 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 1. Stop. Fight. Lose. Probability of survival, 5% 2. Turn around. Drive back. He blocks the rear. Probability, 1% 3. Leave the car. Run into the marsh. Probability, 10%, mud, snakes, gators, drowning, exposure, no shelter, no phone, no witness, 4. Use the car. The dip. The momentum. The tide. Option 4. Build it. Encode it. Execute. She took her foot off the gas. The Honda slowed. The SUV gained. He thinks I'm panicking. He thinks I'm prey. Good. Let him. The dip loomed. Black water churned over the pavement, white caps rising in the wind. The reflectors were gone. The road was a guess. Now. She slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Honda surged. The water rose over the hood, a wave crashing into the windshield, blinding her. The engines sputtered, intake wet, hydrostatic lock imminent, but momentum carried them, heavy and blind, through the drowning dip. Blind. Trust the map. Trust the memory. Straight. 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 The water fell away behind them. The engine coughed, caught roared. The pavement reappeared, streaming slick. In the rear view, the SUV entering the dip. Higher. Slower. Cautious. Smart. He won't follow blind. He'll wait for the dip to clear. He'll take the high ground. He'll wait for me at the end. The end. The causeway entrance. The gate. The chain. Locked at high tide. No exit. Unless her eyes scan the marsh to the right. A break in the cordgrass. A dirt track, barely visible, leading to a small dock. A private dock. Thorne's dock. His house on the tidal island. The sanctum. He's not taking me to the mainland. He's taking me home. The realization settled in her chest, cold and hard as a pearl. Subject 1. Baseline vitals elevated. Cortisol spike anticipated. Protocol initiated. She checked the mirror again. The SUV cleared the dip. Accelerated. Closed the gap. Distance, 300 yards. Closing speed, 30 mph. Time to intercept, 22 seconds. 22 seconds to decide. To act. To encode. Her hand left the wheel. Reached for the glove compartment. The registration. The insurance. A pen. A receipt from the gas station, timestamp 17:58, causeway entrance, credit card ending in 4421. She stuffed it into the door handle, jammed it deep, forensics, trace, evidence, trail. She grabbed the pen. Clicked it. Wrote on her forearm, blue ink on pale skin, the handwriting cramped but legible. THORNE. SILAS. MUSC trauma. Silver Expedition, 7VR3K9. Causeway. Tide. Sanctum. Eli. Subject 17. Research. If I'm found. If the car is found. If the SUV's bumper kissed her rear quarter panel. A tap. A love bite. A warning. The Honda fishtailed. Alara corrected, countersteer, eyes up, don't brake, and straightened. He's playing. Hurting. He wants me intact. He wants the mind. Good. Use it. The causeway entrance appeared. A guardhouse. A chain across the road. A sign, private property, THORNE estate, no trespassing, tide submerges road after 19:00. The gate was open. Of course it's open. He opened it. He's been waiting. The SUV pulled alongside her. Driver's side window rolled down. Thorne's face, pale in the gathering dark. Calm. Pleased. Remarkable spatial processing, he called over the wind. You mapped the dip. You chose momentum over caution. You're writing on yourself, mnemonic anchoring. Externalizing working memory to compensate for prefrontal suppression. Textbook, Alara didn't look at him. Her eyes stayed on the gate. The open gate. The road beyond, curving toward a glass house glowing on an island of its own making. Subject 1. You are the subject. You are the scientist. You are the data. She smiled. A thin, tight thing. You forgot one variable, doctor. Oh, the hippocampus doesn't just map the exit. It maps you. She yanked the wheel hard left. Not off the road. Not into the water. Into the SUV. Metal screamed. Glass exploded. The world spun, physics, momentum, mass, velocity, and the Honda climbed the SUV's crumpled fender, rode the roof for a heartbeat of impossible balance, and dropped onto the pavement on the other side. The wrong side. The oncoming lane. The open gate. The island road. She was through. Past him. Free. The Honda's engine howled. She floored it. The speedometer climbed. The glass house grew closer. 300 yards. 200. 100. Drive. 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 The rearview mirror showed the SUV, crumpled, steaming, stationary. Thorne stood beside it, one hand on the roof, watching her go. He wasn't chasing. Why isn't he chasing? The road curved. The house loomed. Glass walls. Steel frame. Lights on in every room. A figure in the doorway, small, slight, a boy watching. Eli. The son. Variable, witness. Constant, leverage. The Honda's tires hit gravel. The driveway. A circle. A fountain. She braked hard, the car sliding sideways, stopping inches from a pristine lawn. Out. Run. Hide. The marsh. The woods. The boat dock, she'd seen it on the satellite maps, a private dock, a boat away off the island at high tide, the driver's door wrenched open. Cold air. The smell of chlorhexidine. A hand on her arm, firm, clinical, unavoidable, pulling her out. She struck. Elbow. Knee. Teeth. Amygdala, fight. Prefrontal, offline. Hippocampus, recording. Thorne caught her wrist. Didn't flinch. Didn't bruise. Just held. Subject 1, he said into her ear, his voice a whisper of disappointment. The taser was stressor alpha. This, he gestured to the house, the island, the rising water swallowing the causeway behind them, is the control environment. You don't leave the control environment until the protocol is complete, he signaled. The hooded man appeared from the house. The boy, Eli, vanished back inside. Thorne smiled. It was a kind smile. A doctor's smile. Welcome to the sanctum, doctor. Voss. Your baseline is exceptional. I look forward to seeing how you encode. The taser came up again. This time, the probes found her neck. The last thing Alara Voss saw, before the lightning took her, was the tide rolling over the causeway, covering the road markers, erasing the only way out and a single white reflector, blinking once, twice, 3 times, before the water swallowed it whole. Encode it, her mind screamed, even as the darkness rose. Encode it all. The tide. The time. The reflector. The boy. The boat. The key fob. The chlorhexidine. The lie. The truth. The exit. Exit before fear. Exit before fear. Exit, Chapter 3. The sanctum consciousness returned not with a gasp, but with a systematic inventory. Olfactory first. Chlorhexidine gluconate. 4% solution. The sharp, sweet antiseptic ghost that haunted every trauma bay Alara had ever rotated through during her clinical rotations. Underneath it, something older. Salt brine, dried cordgrass, the particular metallicity of tidal mud at low water. And beneath that, almost subliminal, sandalwood. Expensive. Creed maybe. Aventus. Tactile second. Cool. Not cold. Precisely 68 degrees Fahrenheit, if her skin's thermoreceptors were calibrated correctly. And they were, after 3 years of studying thermal perception thresholds in PTSD patients. The surface beneath her was seamless, non-porous, yielding exactly 3 millimeters under her weight before resisting. Memory foam. No. Gel-infused polymer. Medical grade. The kind used in burn units to prevent pressure necrosis. Proprioceptive third. Supine. Limbs unshackled. Unrestrained. Fingers flexing, toes curling, full range of motion. No catheter. No IV. The absence of invasion was, somehow, more violating than its presence would have been. Visual last. She kept her eyes closed for 3 measured breaths, letting the darkness behind her lids serve as a control variable. Then she opened them. White. Not sterile hospital white. That bluish, fluorescent humming white that promised bureaucracy and bad coffee. This was architectural white. High-gloss epoxy walls meeting seamless ceiling in curves without corners. No seams. No shadows. The lighting came from nowhere and everywhere. Recessed LED strips running the perimeter at floor and ceiling level, calibrated to 5600 Kelvin. Daylight balanced. CRI 98. No flicker. No hum. A camera. Single. Mounted flush in the ceiling directly above her, a black hemisphere the size of a golf ball. Its lens was dark, but the faint green lead at its base pulsed once every 4 seconds. Recording. Not live streaming. Local storage only, or encrypted burst transmission on a schedule. To her left, a wall panel slid upward with a sound like a breath held too long. No motor whine. Magnetic levitation track. Through the opening stepped a man. Doctor. Sela's thorn moved like something preserved in amber, fluid, unhurried, utterly without waste motion. He wore charcoal scrubs of a fabric Alera didn't recognize, brushed technical weave that made no sound against itself. His feet were bare on the white floor. His hands, those hands, hung loose at his sides, fingers long, nails trimmed to the quick, cuticles tended. The hands of a microsurgeon. The hands of a man who had held beating hearts and severed spinal cords and known the difference between the two. His face was the kind that launched endowed chairs and graced magazine covers. High cheekbones, jawline carved by genetics and wealth, silver at the temples strategically deployed like highlights in a painting. Eyes the color of North Atlantic water in November, pale, depthless, reflecting the white room back at her with zero absorption. He stopped 3 feet from the gel platform. Didn't loom. Didn't tower. Simply occupied the space. Subject 1, he said. His voice was a baritone calibrated for lecture halls, resonant, articulate, stripped of regional markers. The voice of a man who had given thousands of grand rounds presentations. Baseline vitals elevated. Heart rate 118. Respiratory rate 22. Diaphoresis present. Cortisol spike anticipated. Vasopressin surge in 3. 2. 1, he tilted his head. A bird. A diagnostician. Right on schedule. The HPA axis is a remarkably consistent instrument. Alera didn't move. Didn't speak. Her mind, however, was already constructing the room in 3 dimensions, method of loci. Palace 1, the sanctum. Anchor point, gel platform. Radial vectors at 15-degree intervals. Thorne smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. The silence. The calculating pause. Doctor. Voss, may I call you Alera? Your dissertation proposal suggests you prefer first names in collaborative contexts. Alera, you wrote, not subject 7. Not patient 0. Alera. Dignity is the first variable we control for. He took a single step closer. The sandalwood scent intensified. Creda ventus. Batch code 2023. Pineapple birch musk. $320 per 100 milliliters at Neiman Marcus. He buys the 500 milliliter decanter. Economies of scale. You've been studying me, he continued, conversational. Since the causeway. The SUV staged, you knew that. The hazard lights, wrong pattern for genuine distress. My fingernails. The chlorhexidine residue on my cuff. The key fob for a Range Rover Velar when I drove a Ford Expedition rental. Observant. Hyper-observant. Your committee called it theoretical. I call it survival. He produced a tablet from nowhere, the panel in his scrub's thigh, seamless as the walls. Tapped. Swiped. Heart rate dropping. 102. Respiratory rate 18. Prefrontal cortex reasserting inhibitory control over the amygdala. Beautiful. You're narrating your own neurochemistry in real time. I watched your defense recording. 3 times. The way you described the hippocampal amygdalar switch under threat. The brain's emergency archivist prioritizing spatial temporal context over semantic narrative. Poetry. Clinical poetry. He stopped 3 inches from her face. His pupils were dilated. Not from the light. Dopamine. Anticipation. The hunter's reward cascade. I've been looking for you, Alara. For years. Every trauma bay, every conference, every published abstract on memory consolidation under stress. You're the only one asking the right questions. The only one who understands that memory isn't storage, it's reconstruction. And reconstruction, his fingertip traced the air beside her cheek, not touching. Requires an architect. What do you want? Not a question. A data request. Thorne's smile widened. Genuine now. Delighted. Straight to protocol. I admire that. He stepped back, gesture encompassing the white room. The sanctum. My laboratory. My life's work. You see, Alara, medicine saves lives. But fear reveals them. Strips away every social construct, every learned behavior, every lie we tell ourselves about who we are. In true terror, we become our most authentic selves. And no one has ever mapped that territory. Not systematically. Not with controls. He began a slow circuit of the platform. Alara tracked him without turning her head. Peripheral vision, auditory localization, the subtle displacement of conditioned air. 7 subjects over 15 years, he murmured, reading from the tablet or perhaps from memory. 3 states. Varied demographics. Varied stressors. Drowning simulation. Thermal extremes. Sensory deprivation. Pharmacological panic induction. But he stopped at her feet, looking down. All of them broke. They dissociated. They confabulated. Their memory palaces collapsed into rubble. Useless data. Noise, he looked at her. At her. Through her. Your proposal. Episodic memory encoding under acute threat. A predictive model. You hypothesized that certain cognitive architectures, high working memory capacity, superior autobiographical memory traits, trained mnemonic strategies would resist fragmentation. Would hyperencode. You called it survivor encoding. You are the hypothesis, Alara. You are the proof. Protocol, she said. Flat. You mentioned a protocol. Ah. Yes. The protocol. He returned to her side, tablet glowing. Simple. You will undergo a series of calibrated stressors, stressor alpha through stressor omega. At each stage, you will provide real-time cognitive reporting, subjective distress ratings, memory task performance, metacognitive awareness assessments. In return, you receive accommodations, nutritional optimization, sleep hygiene maintenance, intellectual stimulation, conversation. His pale eyes held hers. Cooperation extends the timeline. Non-cooperation accelerates it. The protocol requires a functioning prefrontal cortex. If you dissociate, if you retreat into psychosis or catatonia, the data is corrupted. And corrupted data, he shrugged, is discarded. Along with the source, a threat delivered with the warmth of a 10-year review. Alara's mind raced, not panic. Calculation. Tide chart. He mentioned the tide on the causeway. Water rising over the road markers. He times his acquisitions to the tidal window. The causeway submerges at high tide, 6 hours, 12 minutes 50 seconds on average. He has a 12-hour operational window per cycle. The house. Glass-walled, modernist, pristine, coastal. Private tidal island. Accessible only by causeway. Soundproofed. Medically sterile. Non-porous surfaces. Forensic countermeasures built into architecture. He's been doing this a long time. 15 years. 7 subjects. He's patient. Meticulous. He doesn't rush. And he has a son. Eli. 19. Neglected, observant. The outline said he knows. He watches. He might be a variable. An ally. Or a threat. Thorne's schedule. He spoke of grand rounds presentations. He's still practicing. Trauma surgeon. Hospital privileges. He leaves. He returns. The house isn't his only location. There's a boat. He mentioned the boat at 300 in the outline. A dock. The marsh. Escape vectors. Camera. Single. Ceiling mounted. Blind spots at 45 degrees from vertical, within 2 meters of the walls. The panel door, magnetic levitation. Opens from outside. No interior handle visible. But the track. If I can access the maintenance panel. Thorne's psychology. Narcissistic but not sadistic. Scientific curiosity as primary drive. He values her mind. He wants her complicit. He'll lower his guard for intellectual rapport. He sees her as a colleague. That's the wedge. Stressor alpha, Thorne said, checking the tablet. Cold water immersion. Standardized protocol, 15 degrees Celsius. 3 minutes. Continuous physiological monitoring. Verbal cognitive reporting every 30 seconds. You'll describe your experience in clinical terminology, neuroanatomy, neurotransmitter cascades, subjective phenomenology. No emotional language. No pleading. No bargaining. Data only, he gestured. The wall opposite the camera slid upward, a second panel wider. Beyond it, a room tiled in the same white epoxy. A tank. Rectangular. Stainless steel frame. Clear acrylic walls. Filled with water so still, it didn't exist until the light caught its meniscus. Walk there yourself, Thorne said. No restraints. No guards. The door to the tank room locks from outside only. Once you're in, the water begins circulating. Temperature drops at 1 degree per 10 seconds. You'll have 30 seconds at target temperature before the cold shock response peaks. Then the 3-minute clock starts. He smiled again. That awful, delighted smile. Begin your baseline report now, Alara. Subject 1. Cognitive state, anticipatory anxiety. Prefrontal activity, elevated. Hippocampal encoding, hyperactive. Amygdalar reactivity, modulated by top-down control. Go, Alara sat up. The gel platform released her with a soft shhhk of broken surface tension. Her feet contacted the floor, warm. Radiant heating. Of course. She stood. No dizziness. No nausea. Her vestibular system was intact, her cerebellar timing perfect. Good. The taser was a standard civilian model, 5-second cycle, 50,000 volts, low amperage. No cardiac sequelae. No neurological deficit. He chose it carefully. He wanted my cognition pristine. She walked toward the tank room. Each step measured. 27 steps. Door threshold at step 28. Tank center at 41. Water depth, estimating from tile line, 48 inches. I'm 5'6". Water will reach mid-sternum. Cold shock response, gasp reflex, hyperventilation, tachycardia, peripheral vasoconstriction. Danger of laryngospasm. Danger of cardiac arrhythmia in susceptible individuals. I am not susceptible. My QT interval is normal. My autonomic regulation is trainable. She stopped at the tank's edge. The water was clear as glass. At the bottom, a grid of black markers, calibration targets for underwater cameras, she realized. Multiple angles. 3D motion capture. He's recording kinematics too. Motor control degradation under thermal stress. Baseline report, she said, voice steady, addressing the camera in the tank room ceiling. Subject 1. Ilera Voss. Age 28. Cognitive psychology PhD candidate. Dissertation, episodic memory encoding under acute threat. Current state, oriented ×4. Working memory capacity, intact, 7 ± 2 chunks confirmed via mental arithmetic. Autobiographical memory access, fluid. Mnemonic strategy deployment, method of loci active. Palace 1, the sanctum. Anchor points established at gel platform, camera, Thorn's position, tablet, tank room entrance, tank center. Radial vectors at 15 degrees. Sensory bindings, olfactory, chlorhexidine, salt brine, creta ventis. Auditory, HVAC hum at 40 Hz. Thorn's respiratory rate 14 per minute. His resting heart rate 52, athletic bradycardia. Tactile, floor temperature 72 degrees. Humidity 40%. Air pressure 30.12 inches mercury. Visual, luminosity 5000 lux. Color temperature 5600 Kelvin. No shadows, no corners. She stripped efficiently. Scrubs, standard hospital issue, gray, no labels. Underwear, cotton, practical. No jewelry. No watch. He removed everything. Even my ring. The one Sarah gave me. Silver, twisted wire. 10th birthday. He knew. He cataloged it. Naked, she climbed into the tank. The water was cooler than the air, 22 degrees. 15-degree target. 7-degree differential. 12 minutes to target at 1 degree per 10 seconds. 720 seconds. 12 minutes. He said 30 seconds at target before clock start. Total immersion, 12.5 minutes. Survivable. Unpleasant. Not lethal. She settled onto the textured floor grid. Water at her collarbones. The acrylic walls pressed close, shoulder width. Confinement. Claustrophobic trigger. He knows. He chose dimensions. Water temperature 22 degrees, she reported. Cutaneous thermoreceptors signaling cold. TRPM 8 channels activating. Prelude to cold shock response. Heart rate 98. Rising. Respiratory rate 20. Initiating voluntary breath control. Box breathing. 4 in, 4 hold, 4 out, 4 hold. Parasympathetic engagement. Vagal tone enhancement. Thorn's voice came through a speaker grill at the tank's top edge. Crystal clear. Excellent technique. Navy SEALs use the same. Cognitive reframing of physiological arousal. You're treating the stressor as a variable to be managed. Most subjects treat it as an enemy to be fought. That's the difference, Ilera. That's why you're subject 1. Water temperature 20.5, she continued, ignoring him. Peripheral vasoconstriction initiating. Blood shunting to core. Hands numb. Feet numb. Cognitive load increasing. Working memory load, 6 chunks. Maintaining palace architecture. Adding tank room layout. Camera positions. Ceiling center, 2 corners at 45 degrees, 1 underwater at tank floor, infrared, no visible LED. Drain at center. Inlet ports at 4 corners, laminar flow, no turbulence. Temperature sensors at 3 depths. Heart rate monitor, non-contact, radar-based. Millimeter wave. Clever, 19 degrees. Cold shock response threshold approaching. Gasp reflex imminent. Preparing glottic control. Voluntary apnea capacity, 2 minutes 14 seconds baseline. Reduced by cold-induced metabolic acceleration. Estimated 90 seconds at target, 18. Skin pain receptors activating. Adelta fibers. Sharp pricking. Distinguishing nociception from suffering. Pain is data. Suffering is narrative. I choose data, 17. Shivering onset. Hypothalamic thermoregulatory center, driving somatic motor activation. Involuntary. Uncontrollable. But jaw clenching. Masseter engagement. Prevents tooth fracture. Motor override possible for limited duration, 16. Respiratory drive increasing. Chemoreceptors responding to metabolic acidosis from shivering. Box breathing failing. Transitioning to tactical breathing. 4 in, 6 out. Extended expiration. Vagal stimulation, 15. Target temperature. Clock start in 30 seconds. Marking palace anchor, tank center. Sensory bindings updated. Olfactory, chlorhexidine fading, ozone from water circulation. Auditory, pump hum 60 Hz, water circulation white noise, own heartbeat audible in bone conduction. Tactile, cold pressure uniform, shivering amplitude increasing. Visual, refractive distortion at water-air interface, camera LEDs invisible, grid markers sharp. 29. 30. Stressor alpha clock start. Time 0. Heart rate 124. Respiratory rate 32. Shivering violent. Cognitive load, 8 chunks. Palace holding. Adding Thorne's voice parameters. Fundamental frequency 110 Hz. Formant frequencies indicating vocal tract length 17 centimeters. Articulatory precision high, professional voice training. Likely media coaching. He enjoys being watched. Time 30 seconds. Prefrontal cortex, maintaining executive control. Dorsolateral PFC active. Ventromedial PFC regulating amygdala. Anterior cingulate monitoring conflict. I am not drowning. I am in cold water. The sensation is not the reality. The narrative is mine to write. Time 1 minute. Memory task. Recite dissertation abstract verbatim. Episodic memory encoding under acute threat exhibits nonlinear dynamics. Recall perfect. Semantic memory intact. Hippocampal binding operational. Time 90 seconds. Adding new anchor, Thorne's microexpressions. A tank room doorway. Arms crossed. Left thumb rubbing right index fingernail, self-soothing. No. Habit. Surgical scrub residue check. He's evaluating. Not enjoying. Evaluating. Like a grant reviewer. Data quality assessment. Time 2 minutes. Cold-induced diuresis initiating. Bladder pressure. Ignore. Cognitive load, 9 chunks. Palace expanding. Adding causeway memory. Tide chart. Causeway markers. Water rising. Thorne's SUV. Ford Expedition rental. License plate. Virginia. CFX 9201. Rental barcode on windshield, Hertz. Corporate account. Thorne Medical Research, LLC. Registered Delaware. Principal, Silas Thorne. MD. Trauma surgery. Charleston General. Affiliated. Time 2 minutes 30 seconds. Hypothermia risk, low. Core temperature drop minimal. Peripheral only. Shivering thermogenesis effective. But cognitive degradation accelerating. Prefrontal glucose depletion. Must conserve. Prioritize palace maintenance over new encoding. Time 3 minutes. Stressor alpha complete. Surfacing protocol initiated. The water began to drain. A low vortex sound. The level dropped, exposing her shoulders, her chest, her shivering arms wrapped around her torso. The tank room door slid open. Thorne stood there, a towel in his hands. Thick, white, warmed, she felt the radiant heat from 3 feet away. 3 minutes 12 seconds, he said. Core temperature estimated 36.8. Minimal drop. Shivering thermogenesis at 95th percentile for body mass index. And he consulted the tablet. 0 semantic errors in abstract recitation. 0 spatial errors in palace maintenance. 0 dissociative episodes. Subjective distress rating, he looked at her. You didn't provide one, Alara's teeth chattered. Violently. Her jaw ached from clenching. Control. Maintain control. Subjective distress, she managed through the chatter. 7 of 10. Pain 8 of 10. Suffering 2 of 10. Narrative control maintained. Thorne's smile was slow. Deep. Genuine. 2. Remarkable. Most subjects rate suffering at 9 or 10 by minute 2. They become the pain. You observed it, he tossed the towel. It landed wet across her shoulders. Dry off. Warm clothes in the cabinet. Hot broth. Bone broth. Collagen. Glycine. Sleep promoting. You'll need it, he turned to leave. Paused at the threshold. Oh. One more variable, he glanced back. The tide. High tide in 47 minutes. The causeway will submerge. We're isolated for 6 hours. Just you, me, and the marsh. His pale eyes glittered. Stressor beta is scheduled for low tide tomorrow. Sleep well, Alara. Dream in palaces. The door slid shut. Seamless. Silent. Alara stood in the draining tank, wrapped in a warmed towel, shivering so hard her bones ached, water pooling at her ankles. And in her mind, the palace glowed. Palace 1, the sanctum. Complete. Every camera. Every sensor. Every blind spot. Thorne's voice print. His gait analysis. Left hip replacement. Ceramic on ceramic, slight Trendelenburg gait compensated. His schedule. The tide chart on his office wall. She'd seen it reflected in the monitor during the defense recording. NOAA station, 8,665,530. Charleston Harbor. Mean high water 5.2 feet. Mean low water 0.3 feet. Spring range 5.5 feet. Neap range 3.8 feet. Next spring tide, 3 days. He times acquisitions to neap tides, shorter submersion window, less margin for error. He likes precision. Palace 2, the causeway. Reconstructed from memory. Every marker. Every pothole. The SUV position. The hazard light pattern wrong. The rental barcode. The license plate. The chlorhexidine scent on his cuff, left cuff only. Right cuff clean. He touched something with his left hand before approaching. A steering wheel. A medical device. A patient, Palace 3, Jules. Building. Always building. The war room. Fluorescent lights. Coffee stains. Cold case boards. Her sister's photo, Sarah, 14, blonde, laughing on a dock. Jules's fingers tracing the edge. His guilt. His obsession. His voice on her voicemail. She'd heard it in her mind 1,000 times. You're recording everything. I'm listening, anchor. Tether. Home. She walked from the tank room into a corridor she hadn't seen before. White. Curved. Heated floor. A cabinet at the end. She opened it. Warm scrubs. Cashmere socks. A robe. Merino wool. Dark gray. Monogrammed, SV. Silas Voss. No. Thorn. SD. He wears his initials on his loungewear. Narcissism. Vanity. Useful. She dressed quickly. Efficiently. Her fingers knew the motions, motor memory. Procedural. Unaffected by cold. A second door. A room. Not white. Wood. Dark walnut. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. A desk. Monitors. The tide chart there. NOAA station, 8,665,530. Printed. Laminated. Annotated in fine black ink. Acquisition, windows marked in red. 7 red X's over 15 years. 3 in South Carolina. 2 in Georgia. 2 in Florida. All coastal. All tidal access. All neap tides, a photograph on the desk. Silver frame. A boy. Teenager. Dark hair. Pale eyes. Eli. 19. The son. He looks like Thorn. Same cheekbones. Same jaw. But his eyes different. Warier. Older. A fence post driven into hard ground. Another photo. Older. Faded. A woman. Beautiful. Dark hair. Thorn's wife. Eli's mother. Dead. Gone. Variable, a journal. Leather-bound. Open. Subject 8 shows unprecedented metacognition. Must adjust protocol. Standard stressors insufficient. Requires novel paradigm. Cognitive load threshold unknown. Palace architecture complexity exceeds modeling. Recommend stressor beta. Social isolation plus uncertainty duration. Psychological rather than physiological. Test prefrontal resilience without somatic confound. Monitor for cracks. Alara memorized the page. Photographic. Eidetic. Palace 4, the office. Anchor desk. Vectors, bookshelves, neuroscience, trauma surgery, memory research, philosophy of mind, the art of memory by Francis Yates, Moonwalking with Einstein by Joshua Foer. She's read them all. Monitor array 6 screens. Left bank, physiological telemetry. Center, camera feeds. Tank room, hallway, asterisk exterior causeway, dock, marsh, asterisk a bedroom, Eli's. Right bank, research database. Encrypted. AES 256. Key length. Unknown. But he types it daily. Keystroke dynamics. Timing attacks possible. Door. Locked from outside. Magnetic. Same system. Maintenance panel in hallway. She'd seen it. Access point. Window. No. Glass wall. Overlooking marsh. Cordgrass. Tidal creeks. The causeway, asterisk visible. A gray ribbon across black water. High tide rising. White foam swallowing markers. 47 minutes. He wasn't lying. Dock. Visible. Small. A skiff. Outboard motor. Key. Hook by the door, she'd seen it in the outline. One key worn smooth. Boat dock, Eli's room. Downstairs. Upstairs. Floor plan unknown. But she'd build it. Room by room. Door by door, a sound. Footsteps. Light. Bare feet on wood. She turned. A boy stood in the doorway. Not a boy. A young man. 19. The photo alive. He wore gray sweats. A faded College of Charleston hoodie. His feet were bare. His eyes, those pale November water eyes, flicked from her face to the journal on the desk, to the tide chart to the window where the causeway disappeared. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Palace 5, Eli. Anchor, doorway. Sensory bindings. Olfactory, laundry detergent, unscented, asterisk paper, old books, asterisk rain, petrichor rising from the marsh. Auditory, his breathing shallow, controlled. Heart rate elevated. 80. 90. Fear. But not of her. Of him, he knows. The outline said, he knows his father is wrong. But fears him. Holds a critical clue. He mouthed 3 words. Silent. Lip readable. She'd studied lip reading for her dissertation. Asterisk visual speech perception under auditory degradation. A side project. A variable she'd controlled for. He mouthed, he takes the boat at 300. Alara didn't nod. Didn't blink. Didn't betray a single micro-expression. She simply filed it. Palace 5. Anchor updated. Variable, Eli. Status, potential ally. Risk, high. Trust, unknown. Clue, 300. Boat. Dock key worn smooth. Tide, low tide at 300. Check. Neap tide. Low water 0.3 feet. Navigable. Escape vector confirmed. Alara, Thorne's voice. From behind her. She hadn't heard him approach. Silent. Predatory. Or just. Light. She turned. He stood in the doorway, Eli beside him. When had he arrived? Simultaneous. The father's hand on the son's shoulder. Proprietary. Possessive. The son rigid. Enduring. Time for broth, Thorne said. And sleep. Stressor beta begins at 300. He smiled, that awful delighted smile. You'll want to be rested. We're going to test something very interesting tomorrow. The limits of asterisk metacognition. When the architect becomes the variable, his hand squeezed Eli's shoulder. The boy didn't flinch. Trained. Conditioned. Survival. Good night, Subject 1. The door slid shut. Alara stood alone in the walnut office, the marsh pressing against the glass, the causeway drowning, the tide rising, the clock ticking. She began to walk the palace. Room by room. Door by door. Anchor by anchor. Vector by vector. Binding by binding. Memory by memory. Building. Always building. Because memory wasn't storage. Memory was asterisk architecture. And she was the architect. And this White House on a tidal island, this predator in charcoal scrubs, this sun with November eyes, this causeway swallowing itself, this was just asterisk another palace. Another map. Another problem to be solved. And somewhere, 30 miles away, in a fluorescent war room smelling of stale coffee and old regret, a detective named Jules Cade was looking at her dissertation draft, reading her words, asterisk subjects under threat exhibit hyperencoding of spatial temporal markers, and understanding. Finally, truly, understanding. She wasn't missing. She She was working, and she would bring the data home. Chapter 4. The War Room Awakens. The phone on Jules Cade's desk didn't ring. It vibrated, a low, violent shudder against the scarred oak that sounded like a bone snapping in the quiet of the 3:00 a.m. Squad room. He didn't startle. He hadn't slept in 36 hours, not since the call from the medical examiner about the femur fragment in the Ashley River, not since he'd stood in the cold drizzle at Magnolia Cemetery and watched a backhoe tear up the plot where a witness swore Sarah Voss had been buried in 08. Nothing but coffin rot and disappointment. He picked up on the second vibration. Cade, Jules, Lieutenant Hendricks's voice was gravel over glass. Causeway. Unit 7 found a vehicle abandoned at the low-tide pull-off. Silver Honda Civic. Registered to Adrian Voss. Jules's fingers went rigid around the handset. The pen he'd been dismantling, click, unclick, click, froze mid-motion. Alara's car, engine running. Lights off. Keys in the ignition. Purse on the passenger floorboard. Phone in the cup holder, screen cracked but powered on. No sign of forced entry. No blood. No struggle. A pause, heavy with the weight of things unsaid. But there's a manuscript on the passenger seat. Dissertation draft, looks like. Your name's in the acknowledgments, Jules. She wrote you in. The pen snapped in his grip. Blue ink bled across his fingers, cold and sharp. I'm 5 minutes out. Seal the causeway both ends. Call Larkin. Tell her I want FBI on scene before sunrise. And get CSU out there with portable lighting. I don't want a single grain of sand moved until I see it. He was moving before the dial tone settled, grabbing his jacket from the chair back, his badge from the hook by the door. The squad room was a graveyard of cold cases, folders stacked in leaning towers, whiteboards stained with the ghosts of erased timelines, a map of the Lowcountry pinned with red string that led nowhere. Rabbit Ruiz sat at the adjacent desk, face illuminated by dual monitors, a half-eaten empanada forgotten beside his keyboard. He looked up at Jules's movement and didn't ask. He never asked. He just stood, shoving his own badge into his wallet, his expression hardening into something that resembled respect. Causeway, Rabbit said. It wasn't a question. Voss's car. Abandoned. Engine running. Jules was already at the door, his stride eating the hallway. No struggle. But she left something. A draft. Her dissertation. Rabbit fell into step beside him, long legs eating the linoleum. And that changes what exactly? People leave cars running all the time. Keys and ignition. Maybe she got spooked by a gator. Maybe she walked into the marsh. You know what the tide does to a body in 6 hours. I know what the tide does to evidence. They hit the night air, salt and diesel, and the sour-sweet rot of Pluff mud. The parking lot lights flickered, sodium halos bleeding into fog. And I know what Alara Voss does with her mind. She doesn't walk away. She encodes. The unmarked charger roared to life, the engine a growl that vibrated through the steering wheel. Jules didn't wait for the GPS. He knew every pothole, every faded mile marker, every ghost crab hole along the causeway's 12-mile spine. The road was a scar across the marsh, a thin gray ribbon dividing black water from blacker sky. At 3:17 a.m., the tide was slack, low, exposing miles of cordgrass and oyster reefs that gleamed like bruised teeth in the headlights. Unit 7's cruiser sat angled across both lanes, light bar painting the grass in strobing red-blue. 2 uniforms stood by the Honda, their silhouettes sharp against the glare. The Civic looked ordinary. Innocent. A graduate student's car, dented bumper. A question authority sticker fading on the rear window. A dream catcher hanging from the rear view that caught the light and threw fractured rainbows across the windshield. Jules killed the engine. The sudden silence was thick with cricket song and the distant slap of water against pilings. He didn't move immediately. Just sat, hands on the wheel, breathing in the scent of her, faint, ghosting through the open door. Rain. Paper. The sharp chemical whisper of toner. Underneath it, something floral. Jasmine, maybe. Or gardenia. The night-blooming kind his abuela used to grow. She was here. She was here, and she was thinking. Detective Cade. Officer Mills, young, jaw tight with the particular terror of being the one who found something bad. We haven't touched anything. CSU's 20 minutes out. Lieutenant said you'd want eyes on first. Jules nodded, extricating himself. The night air bit at his face, cold enough to raise gooseflesh on his forearms. He approached the passenger side with the reverence of a man approaching a crime scene that hadn't happened yet. Because maybe, if he did this right, it wouldn't. The manuscript sat on the seat, a stack of printed pages held together by a bulldog clip. The title page stared up at him, typed in Clean Times New Roman. Episodic memory encoding under acute threat. A predictive model Alera Voss, M.A. Department of Cognitive Psychology, College of Charleston dissertation proposal, defense scheduled. 14 November, he didn't pick it up. Not yet. He leaned into the cabin, one knee on the wet floor mat, and let his eyes trace the cockpit of her life. Coffee cup in the holder, ceramic chipped rim, a hairline fracture running from lip to base. A single dark hair caught on the headrest, fine and dark as ink. The purse on the floor, leather structured, organized. He could see the edge of a wallet, a packet of tissues, a small flashlight. A pen. Always a pen. The phone in the cup holder. Screen cracked in a spiderweb from the upper left corner, but the lock screen glowed with a notification. Defense in 11 days. Committee, doctor. Eris Thornchair, doctor. M. Larkin, doctor. A. Voss. Thorn. The name struck like a physical blow. Eris Thorn. Silas Thorn. Same surname. Could be coincidence. Could be Jules, Rabbit's voice low and urgent. He was standing at the driver's side door, flashlight beam playing over the asphalt. Tire tracks. 2 sets. One's the Civic. The other, he crouched, beam narrowing. SUV. Silver. Full size. Tread patterns faint but. Michelin Latitude Tour. Highway all season. Fresh tracks overlaying the Civics. They pulled up beside her. Driver's side to driver's side. Jules was beside him in a heartbeat, dropping to his haunches, ignoring the protest of his knees. The tracks were there, ghostly in the compacted sand at the road's edge. The SUV had idled, deep tread impressions, no turning radius. Side by side. Window to window. She didn't walk away, Jules said, the words tasting of iron. She was taken. And she knew it was coming. How do you figure? He stood, wiping mud from his fingertips. Because she left us the map. That dissertation, it's not theory, Rabbit. It's an instruction manual. Subjects under threat exhibit hyperencoding of spatial temporal markers. She wrote that. She knows that. And she left it open on the seat. Open to that page. Rabbit's brow furrowed, the skepticism warring with something else. The grudging respect he reserved for very few things. You're saying she planned this. Planned being taken. I'm saying she weaponized her own abduction. She turned herself into a witness the moment the door opened. Jules pulled his phone, thumb hovering over Larkin's contact. And she left the proof in plain sight. Because she trusts that someone would read it. Someone who knows how her mind works. Me. She trusted me to read it. The thought settled in his chest, warm and terrifying. He'd read her sister's case file until the pages softened at the edges. He'd memorized Sarah's school photos, the bracelet she'd been wearing, the way Alara, 18, hollow-eyed, fierce, had described the man in the blue sedan with a precision that had haunted him for a decade. Clean fingernails. Chlorhexidine scent. Favored left side. Key fob for a different car. She'd been encoding then, too. 10 years old, and she'd built a memory palace that held more truth than any evidence locker. His phone rang before he could dial. Larkin's name flashed. Special Agent Larkin. Talk to me, Cade. I'm pulling the file now. Eris Thorne, chair of Voss's committee. Also listed as Doctor. Silas Thorne, in the acknowledgments of her master's thesis. Trauma surgeon. MUSC. Privileges at 3 hospitals. Owns a tidal island property off the causeway. Sanctum, deed calls it. Accessible only at low tide. Her voice was crisp, efficient, the sound of a woman who didn't sleep. I'm sending a TAC team to the island. ETA 40 minutes. But you need to know, Thorne's cloud backup just pinged. Auto sync at 02:47. Research data. Encrypted folders. My cyber guy's on it, but he's saying the encryption is medical grade. HIPAA compliant. Someone knew how to hide things. Jules's gaze swept the marsh, endless, indifferent, hiding God knew what. The causeway's submerged at high tide. Next high is 06:14. If Thorne took her to the island, he's got 3 hours before the road opens again. 3 hours to do whatever he does. Or, Larkin said, and he heard the grim satisfaction, 3 hours for us to surround the place. I'm getting a warrant for the island. Judge Kowalski owes me a favor. But Jules, a pause. Be careful. This guy's a surgeon. He knows anatomy. He knows pain. And if Voss's dissertation is right, he knows memory. He might be studying her the way she's studying him. The line went dead. Jules stared at the dark screen, the reflection showing a face he barely recognized, hollow cheeks, the etched lines of too many vigils, eyes that had forgotten how to blink soft. Rabbit, he pocketed the phone. Call Hendricks. Tell him I'm taking point on the island op. You stay here, coordinate CSU, get the civic process slow. Every fiber. Every print. She touched things on purpose. I know she did, and if I don't like being benched, then you can drive the boat. Jules was already moving toward the charger. I'll text you the dock coordinates. Be there in 30 with Mara's team. And Rabbit, he paused at the driver's door, hand on the frame. Bring coffee. Black. And an empanada. The good ones from the truck on King, a ghost of a smile. You're buying. Always am. The observatory smelled like her. Jules stood in the doorway of the converted attic apartment, the charger's keys still burning a hole in his pocket, and felt the air change. Cooler. Drier. Charged with something that wasn't oxygen, intent maybe. The accumulated weight of a mind that refused to stop working. The space was small, slanted-ceilinged, dominated by a wall that wasn't a wall at all. It was a map. A living, breathing architecture of memory. Index cards. Hundreds of them. White, yellow, pink, blue, color-coded by a system only she understood. Connected by red string, black thread, thin copper wire. Pinned to cork, to foam board, to the exposed brick itself. Timelines spiraled outward from a central photograph. A girl of 14, dark hair in a braid, smiling at a camera she didn't know was there. Sarah. Sarah Voss. Missing 14, October 2008. Last seen, King Street at Calhoun, 1922. Witness, Alara Voss, 18. Jules had seen this photo 1,000 times. In the case file. In his dreams. In the locked drawer of his bedside table, where he kept the things he couldn't bear to file away. But he'd never seen it like this. Surrounded by the architecture of a sister's ghost. He moved closer, drawn by the gravity of her thinking. The cards weren't random. They clustered in constellations, sensory data, blue sedan. Temporal markers, tide charts 2008. Spatial encoding, kingscent. Geometry. Opponent modeling, abductor profile. Each card dense with her handwriting, cramped, precise, the script of someone who wrote to think. Chlorhexidine equals medical. Clean nails equals ritual or profession. Left side favor equals old injury or congenital. Key fob not equal to vehicle equals planning. She'd been building this for 10 years. Updating it. Refining it. Every new piece of research, every forgotten detail resurfacing in a dream, every hypothesis tested against the hard reality of a cold case that refused to warm. His fingers hovered over a card near the center. Hypothesis, memory is not storage. Memory is reconstruction. Under threat, the hippocampus prioritizes spatial temporal markers over semantic detail. Survival function. Evolutionary conserved. He recognized the theory. He'd read the draft in the car. But seeing it here, embedded in the web, connected by red string to Sarah's braid equals tactile anchor, to Jules Cade external witness, to Thorne A. Equals committee chair equals variable, seeing it all mapped in 3 dimensions, a mind palace made physical. She put me in the architecture. I'm a node in her memory palace. An anchor. The realization settled somewhere below his ribs, warm and sharp. He wasn't just the detective who failed her sister. He was the variable she'd solved for. The constant she'd built her model around. Jules Cade external witness. Steady. Persistent. Remembers what I cannot. His throat tightened. He touched the card, just the edge, the corner, reverent, and felt the indentation of her pen. The pressure she'd used. The way she'd pressed hard on persistent, as if willing it true. A soft sound from the bedroom doorway. He turned, hand drifting to his waist before he caught himself. Lydia Chen leaned against the frame, arms crossed, the glow of her laptop screen painting her face in cool blue. Dark circles stamped her eyes. A hoodie swallowed her frame, property of CC Cybersecurity, property of no one. A mug sat on the dresser behind her, steam curling from tea gone cold. She didn't look surprised to see him. She looked like she'd been waiting. Her digital life is clean, Lydia said without preamble. No suspicious emails. No unknown contacts. Cloud backups encrypted. She uses a zero-knowledge provider out of Switzerland. But her laptop, she tilted the screen toward him. Browser history. Last 7 days. She was researching Thorne. Not Eris. Sela's. PubMed publications. Hospital privilege logs. Property records. She found the island. The sanctum. She knew the tide schedule. She printed the causeway charts for November. A swipe, a scroll. Last search, 21:43 yesterday. Succinylcholine onset time intramuscular. Paralytic. Neuromuscular blocker. Used in rapid sequence intubation. Also used in lethal injection, Jules finished. The word tasted like copper. And euthanasia. And certain. Recreational pharmacologies. She knew what she was walking into. Lydia's voice cracked just once. She walked into it. On purpose. To get taken. To get inside, Jules stared at the screen. The search history. The precision. The cold, clinical courage of a woman who had turned her own abduction into a research protocol. She's not a victim, Lydia. She's an investigator. He said it aloud, needing the air to hold it. And she left us the trail. The dissertation. The car. The phone. She wants us to find the island. She wants us to find him, and if we're too late, he turned back to the wall. To Sarah's photo. To the red string connecting Thorne, S. To subject 17. To Eli Thorne, 19 equals son equals witness. Then we follow the map she built. He pulled a pen from his pocket, his own, cheap ballpoint, and added a card to the empty space beside Jules Cade equals external witness. He wrote with deliberate slowness, I am here. I am watching. I will find you. He pinned it with a tack from the cork strip. The red string waited. He unspooled a length, connected his card to Alara Voss equals, subject 1 equals survivor, pulled it taut, tied it off. The architecture expanded. The palace grew. Lydia, he didn't turn. Can you hack the tide gauge on the causeway? Historical data. I need to know exactly when the water covered the road markers last night. She mentioned them in her defense rehearsal. The last thing she saw, the tide turning, water rising over the road markers. If we know the exact minute. We know the exact minute he took her. Already running, keys clacked. NOAA feed. USGS gauge, 2,172,070. High tide 02:14. Markers submerged at 01:58. She was taken between 01:58 and 02:14. 16 minutes. 16 minutes, he nodded, memorizing. And the SUV tracks at the pull-off, Michelin Latitude Tour. Run the plate database. Cross-reference with Thorne's known vehicles, hospital parking permits, faculty lots. And Lydia, he turned finally. Met her eyes. Fierce, terrified, refusing to break. Whatever you find. However dark it gets. You tell me. Immediately. She trusted me with her mind. I'm trusting you with the data. Lydia held his gaze. The laptop hummed between them, a small engine of hope. I'm not Rabbit. I don't wait for warrants. I don't wait for jurisdiction. If Thorne has a digital shadow, I'll burn it down to find her. Good, he meant it. Because I have a feeling the next 16 minutes are going to matter more than the last 10 years. He left the observatory with the smell of her in his coat. Rain, paper, jasmine, purpose. The night air hit him like a slap, cold and clean. The charger waited, a dark shape under the streetlight. His phone buzzed. A text from Rabbit. CSU found a fiber on the driver's door handle. Synthetic. Medical grade. Surgical gown material. Also, partial print on the key fob Alara noticed. Doesn't match Thorne. Doesn't match anyone in AFIS. But it's a left thumb. Lateral side. Favored left hand. Jules stared at the screen. The pieces clicking. The architecture expanding. Clean fingernails. Chlorhexidine. Left side favor. Key fob for a different car. Surgical gown fiber. Left thumb print. 10 years. 10 years of ghosts and dead ends, and the slow corrosion of hope. And now, in a single night, a graduate student with a dissertation and a death wish had handed him the killer on a silver platter, wrapped in red string and theory. He got in the car. Started the engine. The heater blew cold, then warm. Okay, Alara, he whispered to the empty cabin, to the marsh, to the tide turning somewhere in the dark. You've shown me the map. Now show me the way out. He pulled away from the curb, tires gripping wet asphalt, and drove toward the causeway, toward the water, toward the island, toward the surgeon who thought he was studying fear. He doesn't know what he's studying. He's not studying fear. Jules's knuckles whitened on the wheel. He's studying the woman who refuses to feel it. And she's already dismantling him from the inside. The causeway stretched ahead, a gray ribbon disappearing into fog. The tide was rising. The road markers, white PVC pipes crowned with reflectors, stood sentinel along the edges, already half drowned. He passed the first one, then the second. At the third, he saw it. A flash of reflection. Not water. Glass. A window, high up in a structure that shouldn't exist on a tidal island. Modern, angular, all clean lines and floor-to-ceiling panes. The sanctum. It blinked in the darkness. Once. Twice. Like an eye opening. Jules didn't slow down. Chapter 5. The water tasted of copper and chlorine. Ilara Voss knew the taste before her lips broke the surface. She knew the temperature, 10.2 degrees Celsius, give or take a tenth of a degree, because she had watched the digital readout on the chiller unit blink through its descent while Thorne adjusted the flow valves. She knew the dimensions of the tank, 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, 1.5 meters deep. Stainless steel, welded seams, a drain at the bottom center covered by a fine mesh grate. She knew the volume, 3,000 liters. She had counted the seconds it took to fill, 4 minutes, 17 seconds, and calculated the flow rate, 11.9 liters per second. She knew all of this because she had decided to know it. Because knowing was the only way to own the thing that was happening to her. Subject 1, Thorne's voice said. It came from everywhere and nowhere, the intercom system flush-mounted in the ceiling tiles, no visible speakers. Stressor Alpha, cold water immersion. Protocol duration, 6 minutes. Or until core temperature reaches 34 degrees Celsius. Whichever comes first. Ilara stood on the submerged platform, water lapping at her mid-calves. The room was the same clinical white as her cell, the same non-porous epoxy walls, the same coved corners where dust and DNA could not hide. But this room had a ceiling-mounted track lighting system, color temperature adjustable, currently set to 5600 K. Daylight spectrum. 3 cameras, 1 in each upper corner, 1 on a motorized pan-tilt head centered above the tank. 2 microphones, directional, positioned to capture breath sounds and vocalizations. A medical monitor cart sat to her left, wires trailing to adhesive sensors already placed on her chest, her temple, her left index finger. Pulse oximetry. ECG. Continuous blood pressure via radial artery catheter. No, not a catheter. She had felt the pinch of the needle, the flush of saline, the tape securing the arterial line. Invasive. Precise. He wanted beat-to-beat data. Thorne was thorough. She would give him that. Baseline vitals recorded, the voice continued. Heart rate 78. Blood pressure 118/72. Respiratory rate 14. Core temperature 37.1. Cortisol baseline 8.3 micrograms per deciliter, drawn at 0600. He had taken her blood while she slept. Or while she pretended to. She had felt the tourniquet, the alcohol swipe, the vacuum tube filling. She had memorized the lot number on the Vacutainer, 240-1789B. The phlebotomist's initials etched into the label, MK. Not Thorne. Someone else. A nurse. A technician. Another variable. Enter the tank, subject 1. Full submersion. Head included. You will remain submerged for intervals of 30 seconds, increasing by 15 seconds per cycle, with 10-second recovery periods at the surface. You will narrate your cognitive and physiological state continuously. Verbal fluency, lexical access, working memory span, and spatial orientation will be assessed in real time. Ilara did not nod. She did not speak. She stepped forward. The cold did not shock her. She had expected it. She had visualized it, the thermal gradient across her skin, the vasoconstriction shunting blood from periphery to core, the gasp reflex, the tachycardia, the dive response. She had run the simulation in her mind palace a dozen times last night, lying on the thin mattress in her cell, tracing the blueprints she had stolen from Thorne's study during the brief window when he left the door unguarded to receive a delivery. Organic produce, grass-fed beef, a case of sparkling water in glass bottles. No plastic. He avoided endocrine disruptors. She lowered herself. The water closed over her thighs, her hips, her abdomen, her breasts, her shoulders. She exhaled slowly, deliberately, emptying her lungs to residual volume. Then she inhaled one full, measured breath and slipped beneath the surface. The world went silent. Not silent. Muffled. The hum of the chiller unit became a low vibration conducted through the steel floor. The track lights flickered at 60 hertz, a strobe she could see through closed eyelids. Her own heartbeat thudded in her ears, a deep, rhythmic boom-boom, boom-boom, amplified by the water and the hydrostatic pressure on her chest. 10 seconds. She opened her eyes. Chlorine stung. Through the water, she could see the monitor cart. The waveforms marching across the screen. ECG, arterial line, SpO2. Numbers dancing. Her heart rate, 92. Rising. Systolic pressure, 140. Diastolic, 88. Amygdala activation, she thought, the words forming in the silence of her mind. Locus coeruleus firing. Norepinephrine surge. Sympathetic storm initiation. She began to count. 11. 12. 13. The urge to breathe was not a panic. It was a chemical signal. Rising partial pressure of CO2 in her cerebrospinal fluid, detected by central chemoreceptors in the medulla. Her diaphragm twitched. Her intercostals contracted involuntarily. The breath hold breakpoint. 14. 15. 16. She let a small stream of bubbles escape her lips. Controlled exhalation. Extended the tolerance. 20. 21. 22. Her fingers, resting on her thighs, began to lose sensation. Vasoconstriction. Blood fleeing the extremities for the heart, the brain, the lungs. She watched the SpO2 dip, 98. 97. 96. 28. 29. 30. She pushed off the bottom, broke the surface. Air. Cold, chlorinated, glorious. She gasped once, twice, 3 times, regulatory hyperventilation blowing off CO2. The monitor beeped a soft alarm. Tachycardia threshold exceeded. 1:15. Subject 1, Thorne's voice. First interval complete. Cognitive assessment. Recite the Fibonacci sequence backward from 144. Alara treaded water, arms moving in slow, efficient sculls. Her skin prickled with goose flesh. The water line on the tank walls was marked in 10-centimeter increments. She noted the meniscus, 42 centimeters from the rim. 144, she said. Her voice was steady. 89. 55. 34. 21. 13. 8. 5. 3. 2. 1. 1. 0. Working memory intact. Lexical access fluent. Next interval, 45 seconds. Submerge, she inhaled. Slipped under. 45 seconds. This time, she did not count. She mapped. The camera in the upper left corner. Model number visible on the housing. Axis Q, 6075E. Petit Z. Optical zoom 32x. The pan-tilt motor whined faintly as it tracked her, a sound she felt in her teeth through the water. The center camera. Fixed lens, wide angle, likely 180-degree fisheye. The right camera, thermal imaging. She could see the faint glow of its IR illuminator, a dull red star in the darkness. The lighting track, 3 fixtures. Color rendering, index 97. Flicker-free. Thorne cared about color accuracy. For what? Documentation. Analysis of skin pallor. Cyanosis progression. 20 seconds. Her heart rate, 132. The arterial waveform showed a dichrotic notch, increased peripheral resistance. Her core temperature, 36.8. Dropping at 0.1 degrees per minute. Extrapolated, 34 degrees in 28 minutes. But the protocol would end at 6 minutes total immersion time. 4 cycles. She would survive this. 30 seconds. The dive reflex. Bradycardia. Her heart rate dipped 118. Peripheral vasoconstriction maximal. Spleen contraction, releasing stored erythrocytes. She felt the spleen capsule stretch, a dull ache in her left upper quadrant. 35. Cerebral blood flow maintained. Cerebral oxygenation stable. Prefrontal cortex still online. She was still thinking. Still her. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. She surfaced. Subject 1. Cognitive assessment, spatial orientation. Describe the room layout from memory, including all equipment and egress points. Elara wiped water from her eyes. Blinked. The track lights left afterimages on her retina. Room dimensions, 4 meters by 5 meters. Ceiling height 3 meters. Door, single, outward opening, magnetic lock, keypad on exterior, emergency release on interior, floor level left side. Drain, center floor, 12-inch diameter, grating removable with hex key. Lighting, 3-track system, DMX-controlled preset scenes, daylight, surgical, low light, darkness. Cameras, 3. Monitor cart, GE Carescape B850. Arterial line transducer, Edwards Life Sciences. Ventilator, Hamilton G5, standby mode, circuit connected to wall oxygen and air. Suction, portable battery backup. Crash cart, left of door, top drawer, epinephrine, atropine, amiodarone, lidocaine. Second drawer, succinylcholine, rocuronium, vecuronium. Third drawer, intubation kit, bougie, video laryngoscope. Fourth drawer, IV fluids, pressure bags, rapid infuser. She paused. Breathing hard. Heart rate 120. Water supply. Filtered, UV sterilized, temperature controlled via external chiller unit. Therma Scientific NESLAB. Model RTE 220. Serial number TK448921. Chemical storage, under sink locked. Sodium hypochlorite, muriatic acid, sodium bicarbonate, calcium chloride. PPE, nitrile gloves, face shields, impermeable gowns. Eyewash station, right of door ANSI Z3581 compliant. Accurate, Thorne said. Impressive retention, under hypothermic stress. Next interval, 60 seconds. Submerge, she went under. 60 seconds. This was the interval where the cold stopped being a sensation and became a system. Her muscles stiffened. Fine motor control degrading. She tried to flex her fingers, slow, clumsy. The radial artery catheter tugged at her wrist with each movement. She noted the insertion site, left radial, 2 centimeters proximal to the wrist crease. Ultrasound guided. Single wall puncture. No hematoma. 20 seconds. She thought of Jules. Not as a distraction. As an anchor. In her mind palace, the observatory, the attic room in Charleston with the sloped ceilings and the dormer windows and the walls covered in string and index cards, she had built a new room. She had built it 3 nights ago, After the first time Thorne had spoken to her through the intercom, his voice calm and curious, asking her to rate her fear on a scale of 1 to 10 while the cameras watched her pace the cell. She had taken the memory of him, Detective Julian Cade, standing in the back of the lecture hall during her defense, his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp, and she had given him a space. The room was small. A study. Dark wood shelves floor to ceiling. A leather chair worn at the arms. A desk with a single lamp, green banker's shade. On the desk, a coffee mug, ceramic, chipped on the handle. A case file open. A pen capped. The window looked out onto the causeway at low tide. The marsh grass. The mud flats. The sky, vast and pale. She had not put a door on the room. She had put an archway. No barrier. Just a threshold. And when the cold took her breath, when the panic rose like a tide in her chest, she walked through that archway in her mind. She sat in the chair. She touched the mug. It was warm. The coffee smelled of dark roast and something sweet, hazelnut. He took it with hazelnut creamer. She knew that from the receipt in his trash can, photographed during the apartment search. Dunkin', medium, hazelnut creamer, 2 sugars. The warmth spread from her fingers in the memory palace to her actual fingers, numb and white in the freezing water. 40 seconds. Neuroplasticity, she thought. Top-down modulation. Prefrontal cortex, inhibiting amygdala. Contextual reappraisal. The memory is not the event. The memory is a construction. I am constructing safety. 50. 55. 60. She surfaced. Subject 1. Cognitive assessment, verbal fluency. Category, medical instruments. Time, 30 seconds. Begin, Alara clung to the tank's rim. Her knuckles were bloodless. Her lips were blue. She could see the cyanosis reflected in the monitor's glass screen. Scalpel. Forceps. Retractor. Clamp. Needle driver. Suction. Cautery. Stapler. Trocar. Cannula. Endoscope. Laparoscope. Arthroscope. Bronchoscope. Colonoscope. Gastroscope. Duodenoscope. Laryngoscope. Bronchoscope. Fibroptic. Video. Rigid. Flexible. Bougie. Stylet. Introducer. Dilator. Sheath. Guidewire. Catheter. Stent. Balloon. Wire. Snare. Basket. Forceps. Biopsy. Cytology. Brush. Needle. Knife. Scissors. Probe. Elevator. Curette. Rasp. File. Drill. Saw. Reamer. Tap. Die. Screwdriver. Wrench. Mallet. Osteotome. Chisel. Gow. Rongeur. Kerosene. Punch. Curette, she stopped breathless. 30 items. Category exhaustion. 29, Thorne corrected. Bronchoscope repeated. But adequate. Working memory span holding. Core temperature, she glanced at the monitor. 35.9. 35.9, she said. Excellent. Final interval, 75 seconds. Then recovery. Submerge, she took a breath. A full, deliberate breath. She engaged her diaphragm, expanded her ribs, filled her apices. She held it. Slipped under. 75 seconds. This was the longest. The hardest. The cold was in her bones now. She felt it in the marrow of her femur, a deep, aching cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with metabolic shutdown. Her shivering had stopped, not because she was warm, but because her core had dropped below the shivering threshold. 35 degrees. The body conserves energy. Stops fighting. 15 seconds. Her vision tunneled. The cameras blurred. The lights streaked. The monitor waveforms slowed. Bradycardia. 38 beats per minute. Junctional rhythm. No. Sinus brady. Hypothermic bradycardia. Conduction slowing. PR interval prolonging. QRS widening. Osborne waves, J waves appearing on ECG. The hallmark of hypothermia. She would see them on the monitor. She wanted to see them. 30 seconds. She thought of Sarah. Not the disappearance. The memory before. Sarah at 14, sitting on the floor of the observatory. Before it was the observatory, when it was just Alara's bedroom in their parents' house, building a memory palace for a history test. The Battle of Hastings. 1066. She had built a battlefield. A hill. A shield wall. Arrows in the sky. Harold with an arrow in his eye. Alara, how do you remember all that? Sarah had asked. It's just a story. Everything is a story, Alara had said. The trick is choosing which one you live in. 45 seconds. Sarah's voice. Sarah's face. The way she bit her lower lip when she concentrated. The way she smelled, vanilla shampoo, laundry detergent, the faint scent of the marsh from the open window. Gone. 10 years. 2 months. 14 days. Not gone. Archived. Stored. Waiting. 60 seconds. The urge to breathe was no longer a signal. It was a scream. Her diaphragm hammered. Her throat convulsed. Water filled her mouth. She had not meant to open it. The laryngospasm reflex. Protecting the airway. She fought it. Relaxed the vocal cords. Let the water in. It tasted of copper and chlorine and her. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. She exploded upward. Air. Light. Sound rushing back, the chiller hum, the camera motors, her own ragged gasps, the monitor alarm shrieking. Bradycardia. HR 32. Temp 35.2. Hands grabbed her. Strong. Warm. Lifting her from the tank onto a padded table. Towels. Blankets. Forced air warming blanket, bear hugger, inflating with a roar of heated air. Subject 1, Thorne's voice. Close now. Not from the intercom. He was in the room. Stressor alpha complete. Core temperature 35.2. Heart rate 32. Blood pressure 90/50. Respiratory rate 8. Glasgow Coma Scale 15. You are shivering violently. Good. Shivering thermogenesis is the primary rewarming mechanism. We will monitor passive and active rewarming for 30 minutes. Then cognitive reassessment. Alara lay on the table, wrapped in warmth, her body convulsing with aftershocks. She could not stop shaking. Her teeth chattered so hard her jaw ached. But her eyes were open, fixed on the figure standing over her. Doctor. Silas Thorne. He wore scrubs. Seal blue. No logo. No name tag. His hair was silver at the temples, cut short. His face was lean, handsome in a way that suggested symmetry and care, moisturizer, sunscreen, perhaps Botox in the forehead. His hands were gloved. Nitrile. Powder-free. He held a tablet, stylus poised. But his eyes were the color of the marsh water at midday, pale green, flecked with gold. And they were watching her with an intensity that had nothing to do with clinical detachment. He was enjoying this. Not the suffering. The data. The purity of it. A human system pushed to its limits, instrumented, observed, understood. He was a surgeon who had found a way to operate without a scalpel. The mind was his theater. Fear was his pathology. And she was his most fascinating specimen yet. Remarkable, he said. Your verbal fluency did not degrade. Your spatial recall was flawless. Your Fibonacci backward, error-free. Most subjects show significant prefrontal impairment at 35 degrees. You show. Enhancement, he tapped the tablet. Metacognitive awareness maintained throughout. You were analyzing your own physiological response in real time. Narrating it. Clinical terminology. Accurate pathophysiology. You treated your own drowning as a case study. Alara's lips moved. Her voice came out a rasp. It's what I do, Thorne smiled. A genuine smile. It reached his eyes. Yes. I believe it is. Dr. Voss, may I call you Alara? Your dissertation proposal. Episodic memory encoding under acute threat, a predictive model. I read it. Twice. The committee rejected it as untestable. Theoretical. They lacked imagination. He set the tablet down. Pulled a stool over. Sat. Leaned forward. The gesture was intimate. Collegial. Two researchers discussing a shared obsession. You propose that threat triggers a hyperencoding state. A prioritization of spatial temporal contextual markers over semantic content. An evolutionary survival mechanism. Remember where and when and how to escape, not what you were thinking. You hypothesized that this state could be induced, measured, modeled. That it followed predictable parameters. Cortisol. Norepinephrine. Amygdala-hippocampal coupling. Prefrontal modulation. He tilted his head. You were right. I've seen it in 6 previous subjects. But none with your facility. Your awareness. You are not merely experiencing the hyperencoding. You are directing it. You are choosing what to encode. Alara shuddered. A full-body convulsion. The bear hugger roared. Her core temperature crept up, 35.4. Your previous subjects, she managed. The others, Thorne's smile faltered. A micro-expression. A tightening at the corner of his mouth. Yes. The others. Subject 1 through 7. All female. Ages 18 to 34. Similar cognitive profiles. High intelligence. High anxiety. High metacognitive capacity. My ideal demographic, past tense, Alara noted. He said were, not are. Where are they? She asked. Each word a struggle against the chattering teeth. Thorne stood. Walked to the monitor. Adjusted a setting. The alarm silenced. They completed the protocol. Their data contributed to the taxonomy. The masterwork, he turned back. They are no longer with us. The protocol is terminal by design. The final stressor, stressor omega, examines the cognitive architecture at the moment of death. The ultimate threat. The ultimate encoding. He said it like he was discussing a journal submission. The final stressor examines the cognitive architecture at the moment of death. Alara's mind raced. 7 women. 3 states. 15 years. Lydia's hack. The encrypted folders. Subject 1-7. She was Subject 8. Subject 8 shows unprecedented metacognition. Must adjust protocol. She had read that in his journal, the glimpse she had caught in the study, the page visible on his desk. Subject 8 shows unprecedented metacognition. Must adjust protocol. He had written that before the abduction. Before she was taken. He had chosen her. Studied her. Planned this. Your son, she said. Eli. He's... How old? 19, Thorne froze. For a fraction of a second, the mask slipped. Something raw flashed across his face, grief. Fear. Pride. Before the scientist returned. Elias, he said. Yes. 19. He lives here. In the East Wing. He does not participate in the research. He is. Protected from it, protected. Isolated. Neglected. Does he know? Ilara asked. What you do, Thorne's jaw tightened. He knows I'm a surgeon. He knows I have a private practice. Research. He knows not to ask questions. He has always been observant. Like his mother. Past tense again. Where is she? Ilara pressed. Gone, Thorne said. 12 years. A car accident. She was the love of my life. Her death broke something in me. Or perhaps it revealed something that was already broken. The taxonomy began 6 months later. He walked to the sink. Washed his hands. Gloved hands. The water ran clear. You remind me of her, he said, not looking at Ilara. Not physically. Intellectually. That hunger to understand. To make sense of the senseless. She was a physicist. Quantum physicist. String theory. She believed everything was information. That the universe was a computation. She would have loved your work. Memory as information processing. Trauma as data corruption. Recovery as error correction. He dried his hands. Turned. Ilara, I want to offer you something. A collaboration. You are a scientist. You understand the value of clean data. The protocol. It is flawed. The terminal design limits longitudinal observation. We cannot track the long-term neuroplastic changes. The reconsolidation dynamics. The integration of the hyper-encoded memories into autobiographical narrative. But you could document it. From the inside. In real time. We could publish. Together. The definitive work on memory and terror. You would be the first author. Your dissertation, validated. Your sister, honored. Your career made. He stood over her. The tablet in his hand. The stylus hovering. All you have to do is continue. Cooperate. Survive each stressor. Narrate each moment. And when we reach stressor omega, you will have created the most complete record of the dying mind in human history. Your final act. Your masterpiece. Ilara looked up at him. Her body still shook. Her fingers were white, wrinkled, numb. But her eyes were clear. Sharp. Fixed on his face. She saw the medical license number on the monitor's reflection behind him. ME 2004 018744. Florida. Issued 2004. Expires 2026. Specialty, trauma surgery. Board certified. No disciplinary actions. She saw the faint scar on his left index finger, a scalpel slip, years old, healed white. She saw the way his left shoulder rode higher than his right, an old injury. Rotator cuff. Clavicle fracture. He favored it when he stood still. She saw the wedding band, tan line on his left ring finger. 12 years. Since the accident. He never took it off. Or he took it off every night and put it back on every morning, a ritual. She saw him. Not the monster. The man. Broken. Brilliant. Dangerous. Human. And in her mind palace, in the room with the green lamp and the chipped mug and the causeway view, she placed a new index card on the corkboard above the desk. T.A. Chorney, SILAS. Trauma surgeon. Widower. Father. Monster. Scientist. He loves his work. He loves his son. He loved his wife. He kills women to understand fear. He wants me to help HIM. I will help HIM. I will destroy HIM. She did not speak. She could not. The shaking was too violent. But in her mind, she whispered to the man in the leather chair, the one with the hazelnut coffee and the case file and the eyes that never left the marsh. I'm still here, Jules. I'm still me. I'm building the map. I'm finding the way out. Keep the light on. Thorne watched her silence. His expression shifted, curiosity, calculation, a flicker of something almost like respect. Rest now, Subject 8, he said. Rewarming phase. Cognitive reassessment in 30 minutes. Stressor beta tomorrow. Psychological. Social isolation. Sensory deprivation. We'll see how your memory palace holds up when there's nothing to remember but yourself. He left the room. The magnetic lock engaged with a solid thunk. Alara lay in the heated cocoon, shivering, shaking, alive. She closed her eyes. In the darkness behind her eyelids, the observatory was warm. The lamp burned steady. The coffee steamed. The causeway stretched into the mist, the tide turning, the water rising, the road disappearing. But the map was complete. The path was clear. She just had to wait for low tide. Chapter 6. The fluorescent lights of the Charleston Police Department Cybercrimes Unit didn't flicker. They hummed, a steady, aggressive 60-cycle drone that vibrated in the fillings of Lydia Chen's molars. She liked it. It was the sound of electricity doing work, of logic gates snapping shut, of the digital world obeying the only laws that mattered: syntax, protocol, and permission. Right now, she was breaking the last one. 3 monitors curved around her like a command module. The center screen displayed a terminal window scrolling rsync logs, Thorne's cloud backup, a commercial enterprise solution hosted on a hardened AWS Gov cloud instance, synced nightly at 03:14 a.m. The left monitor showed a custom Python script, Ghost Crawler. Pi, peeling back layers of AES 256 encryption using a side-channel vulnerability Lydia had discovered in the key derivation function of the backup client's legacy API. The right monitor was a wall of faces. 7 women. Sarah Voss. 14. Charleston SC. 2014. Melissa Ortega. 22. Savannah Gaw. 2016. Priya Nair. 28. Jacksonville, FL. 2018. Danielle Brooks. 19. Charleston SC. 2019. Elena Rossi. 31. Wilmington, NC. 2021. Carmen Valdez. 25. Myrtle Beach, SC. 2022. And the folder labeled Subject 08, currently empty, metadata timestamped 3 days ago. Lydia's fingers didn't pause on the mechanical keyboard. Cherry MX Blues. Clicky. Tactile. The sound was a metronome for her panic. Talk to me, Chen, Jules Cade said. He stood behind her right shoulder. close enough that she felt the radiant heat of him, smelled the stale coffee, and the sharper, metallic tang of adrenaline. He hadn't sat down in 6 hours. He de-stood or paced or leaned against the doorframe, a statue carved from exhaustion and a terrifying, focused tenderness. "The encryption is nested," Lydia said, not turning. Her voice was flat, stripped of the usual sarcasm. "Onion routing on the transport layer. But the backup client, Thorne used Iron Vault Medical, Enterprise Tier, has a known flaw in the PBKDF2 iteration count for legacy accounts. If the admins set it up before the 2021 patch, and arrogant surgeons never update firmware, I can brute force the master key derivation in." She glanced at the ETA counter. 4 minutes. Maybe 3. 3 minutes, Jules repeated. It wasn't a question. It was a grid reference. 3 minutes, she confirmed. But I'm already in the file index. The directory structure is. Clinical, she hit a hotkey. The center monitor shifted, expanding a JSON tree. root/thorne research/protocol archive/subjects. He numbered them, Lydia whispered. The click-clack of her typing stopped. The silence roared. Like lab rats. Subject 01 through Subject 07. Each folder contains subdirectories: vitals, audio, video, pharmacology, post-MORTEM. Jules's hand landed on her shoulder. Heavy. Warm. An anchor. Post-mortem. Not all of them, Lydia said, her throat clicking. She expanded Subject 03. PRWANER. A PDF icon. Autopsy Correlation Report, PDF. A video file, stressor gamma response, MP4. A spreadsheet, cortisol serial dilution, XLSX. 3 of the 7 folders have the post-MORTEM tag. Ortega. Nair. Valdez. The others just stop. The last modified date on Subject 01, Sarah Voss, is November 14, 2014. The day she disappeared, the air in the small room thinned. Threatened. 15 years, Jules said. His voice was a low frequency, felt in the chest rather than heard. 15 years, 3 states. South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. North Carolina. He moves along the coast. The intracoastal waterway. He has a boat, Lydia said, the realization hitting her with physical force. The causeway. The tide. He doesn't drive them out. He boats them out. No tires on asphalt. No license plates on cameras. Just water. Mara, Jules said, not looking away from the screen. Get Mara. Special Agent Mara Larkin was already in the doorway. She hadn't knocked. She never knocked. She wore a charcoal suit that cost more than Lydia's rent, and her eyes moved with the predatory speed of a hawk scanning a field. She held a secure phone to her ear, her other hand extended, palm down, silencing the room. Yeah, I'm looking at it. 7 victims. 3 confirmed deceased, 4 missing presumed. She paused, listening. Her jaw tightened. No, Director, this isn't a potential serial killer. This is the serial killer. The one you told me didn't exist, because the MO was too clean. Because the geographic spread was too wide. Because the victims had high-risk lifestyles, a beat. One of them was a 14-year-old honor student, sir. Another was a nursing student. Another was a PhD candidate. My PhD candidate. Get the warrants. All 3 districts. Federal kidnapping, interstate commerce, civil rights. RICO, if you can make the medical supply chain stick. I'll email the packet in 10 minutes. She ended the call with a thumb press, then looked at Lydia. The packet. The cross-references. The hash values. Send it to my secure drop. Now, Lydia didn't salute. She just typed. SCP-I tilde slash. SSH/ID ed 25519. FBI/MNT/evidence/Thorn dump/Larkin at FBI GovCloud. /incoming/case Thorn 2024/done, Lydia said. I also pulled the EXIF data from the photos in the vitals folders. Geotag stripped. But the sensor noise patterns, the PRNU fingerprints, they match. All of them. Same camera body. High-end. Full frame. Probably a Sony A7R series or a Canon R5. He documents them. Clinically. Like pathology slides. He's a surgeon, Jules said. Documentation is reflex. It's how they think. Pre-op, intra-op, post-op. Only the surgery is terror. And the anesthesia, Lydia added, pulling up a spreadsheet from Subject 05. Yelianero SSI. Drug log. Propofol. Fentanyl. Versed. Rocuronium. Succinylcholine. He's paralyzing them. Keeping them conscious. He wants the cognition intact while the body fails. He's studying the mind, watching the body die. The room went cold. The hum of the lights seemed to drop an octave. Ilara, Jules whispered. The name was a prayer. A plea. He's doing it to her now. Stressor Alpha, Lydia said, reading a file name in Subject 08, the live folder. Stressor Alpha cold pressor test raw, CSV. Timestamp, 2 hours ago. Cold water immersion. Heart rate variability. Pupillometry. He's running the protocol right now. Jules moved. Not a pace. A lund. He grabbed the landline on the desk, an actual corded phone, the only line in the building not on VoIP, and punched a number from memory. Rabbit. Ruiz. Get the car. Now. We're rolling to the causeway. Larkin is pushing warrants for the Tidal Island, Thorne's property, 442 Marsh Hammock Lane. Deed S. and a Shell LLC, Vitti Holdings, registered to a Cayman trust. But the power bill. Paid by Dr. Silas Thorne, MD, Charleston General Hospital. Trauma surgery chief. He's got a dock. A boat. High tide is in 40 minutes. If he moves her by water. He listened, his free hand clutching the phone cord until his knuckles were bloodless. No, I don't have a warrant yet. Larkin is getting a telephonic warrant from the duty magistrate in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, Rabbit. We don't have 15 minutes. We go now. We sit on the causeway. We watch the dock. We do not engage until she's visual or backup is hard. You hear me? Do not engage. He slammed the handset down. The plastic cracked. Officer Ruiz, Myra Larkin said, her voice sharp. Is your partner always this? Unilateral. Jules turned, his face a mask of controlled fury. Officer Ruiz is the only reason I'm still a detective. And right now, he's driving the Charger like a bat out of hell because he knows if I go alone, I won't wait for the warrant. I'll kick the door in. I'll shoot the dog. I'll burn the house down. He's driving fast to save me from myself, Agent Larkin. And to save her from him, he grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair. His badge clipped to his belt. His Glock 19 checked, holstered, snapped. Lydia, he said. He crossed the room in 2 strides, crouching beside her chair. He took her hands, cold, trembling, fingertips raw from typing, and pressed them between his own. You stay here. You keep digging. You find the post-demo RTM data for the other 4. You find where he puts the bodies. You find the pattern. That's how we put him in the ground for good. Can you do that? Lydia looked at him. Really looked. She saw the fine tremor in his jaw. the red veins spidering the whites of his eyes. The way his thumb brushed her knuckle, a touch that had nothing to do with evidence and everything to do with her. "Yeah, Cade," she said, her voice cracking only once. "I can do that. But you better bring her back. Because if you don't, I will hack the DMV and register your car as a lemon. I will subscribe you to every spam list on the dark web. I will make your digital life a living hell, a ghost of a smile. The first in days." "Noted. Rabbit's ETA is 3 minutes. Stay on the line with dispatch. If Thorne moves, if the boat leaves the dock, you tell me. You tell me first. I'll tell you before I tell 911, she promised. He stood. Myra. The warrant, telephonic in 10. Written in 20. SWAT is staging at the Mount Pleasant substation. ETA to the causeway, 35 minutes. You and Ruiz are the tip of the spear. Try not to break the tip before we get there. No promises, Jules said. He was gone. The door swung shut. The hydraulic closer hissed. Lydia exhaled, a long, ragged sound. She turned back to the monitors. The rsync log had finished. The brute force script chirped, plus master key DRIVD. Decrypting volume. She didn't watch the progress bar. She opened the subject 08 folder again. The live one. Inside, a new file had appeared while she wasn't looking. Audio log 20,240,1026,021400. WAV 2 minutes old. She put on her headphones. Sony WH-1000 XM5s. Noise canceling on. She hit play. Static. The hum of machinery. HVAC. A low, rhythmic beep, pulse oximeter. Then a voice. Male. Calm. Educated. Thorne. Subject 8. Stressor alpha complete. Core temperature stabilized at 35.2 Celsius. Heart rate variability indicates successful parasympathetic rebound. Remarkable. Most subjects exhibit arrhythmia at this stage of cold exposure. You are. Statistically anomalous, doctor. Voss, a pause. The sound of a chair rolling. Papers shuffling. Your dissertation proposed that hyperencoding under threat is a predictive trait. A survival mechanism. You hypothesized that the hippocampus, under acute cortisol saturation, prioritizes spatial temporal context over semantic narrative. A map over memory theory, a chuckle. Dry. Intellectual. I must confess I was skeptical. The literature suggests the opposite, that trauma fragments spatial memory. But your data, your real-time narration. You are constructing the map as the territory burns. You are narrating your own amygdala hijack. Amygdala hijacking prefrontal cortex. Hippocampus prioritizing spatial over semantic, verbatim. From your proposal, you are performing your own hypothesis. The beep quickened. Slightly. This changes the model significantly. Subject 8 is not merely surviving. She is analyzing. She is turning the predator into data. A reciprocal observation. Fascinating. It suggests the protocol requires adjustment. Stressor beta was scheduled for 600 hours. Sleep deprivation. Auditory hallucination induction. But I believe we need a cognitive stressor. A test of this memory palace you are building. Let us see if the architecture holds when the foundations shake. The audio cut. Lydia ripped the headphones off. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a trapped bird. He knows. He knows she's mapping him. He's reading her dissertation while he tortures her. She grabbed her phone. Dialed Jules. Hands free. Bluetooth in the charger. Talk to me, Chen, he answered on the first ring. Engine noise. Tires singing on asphalt. Sirens wailing, a Doppler scream fading behind them. He's listening to her, Lydia said, the words tumbling out. Thorne. He's playing back her dissertation defense. He's critiquing her methodology while she's in the ice bath. He calls it reciprocal observation. He's changing the protocol. He's moving up stressor beta, cognitive stressor. Sleep deprivation. Hallucinations. He wants to break her memory palace. Jules didn't curse. He didn't pray. He just drove. ETA to Causeway, 6 minutes. High tide in 34. The road markers are already submerged on the shoulders. Rabbit, here, boss, Rabbit's voice, tinny over the speaker. Tense. I'm doing 90 on the bridge. Marine unit is hailing us on channel 16. They're 10 minutes out with the rigid inflatable. Larkin, S on the radio with the Coast Guard cutter out of Georgetown. They can intercept if he takes the ICW north. Good. Lydia, I'm sending you the audio file. Hash verified. It's evidence. It's intent. She attached the WAV to the secure chat. Also, Jules, yeah, she looked at the screen. At the empty post-MORTM folder for subject 08. There's a subject 00 folder. Hidden. System attribute. I missed it on the first pass. It's not a woman. She opened it. Subject 00/YLASDHORNE/DOB 2005/longitudinal developmental study. PDF. His son, she breathed. Eli. 19 now. He's been studying his own son since birth. Longitudinal developmental study, growth charts. Cognitive assessments. fMRI scans. fMRI scans on a child, Jules. Annual. For 15 years. The notes. Subject exhibits elevated empathy markers. Mirror neuron activity atypical. Risk contamination. Mitigation, isolation. Controlled socialization, silence on the line. Just the engine. The wind. He's raising a control group, Jules said very quietly. He's raising a son to be the perfect subject. Or the perfect successor. Or the perfect witness, Lydia countered. The file ends with a note dated yesterday. Subject observed subject 8 arrival. Interrogated Ray, moral alignment. Response, nonverbal. Risk elevated. Recommend accelerated timeline for subject 8. Subject to be relocated to secondary facility pending resolution. Relocated, Jules said. He's going to move the kid. Or kill him, or take him on the boat. Rabbit, Jules barked. Marine unit. Tell them if they see a second person on that dock. A kid, 19 thin. Do not fire. Secure the son. He's a victim. He's evidence. Copy. Relaying now. The charger screamed onto the causeway. The road was a ribbon of black asphalt laid across a breathing marsh. Cordgrass stretched to the horizon, golden in the false dawn, tipped with silver by the rising moon. The tide was a living thing, rushing landward, swallowing the shoulders, licking the center line. The causeway markers, white PVC pipes topped with reflectors, were disappearing one by one, swallowed by the black water. Ahead, the island loomed. The sanctum. A glass box on stilts. Sterile. Glowing. Impossible. No lights moved on the dock. No engine noise cut the wind. They're still there, Jules said, killing the sirens, killing the lights. The charger coasted to a stop behind the tree line at the causeway's end, hidden by live oaks draped in Spanish moss. Engine cold. Dock quiet. Boat still tied, Rabbit said, binoculars to his eyes. Night vision, goggles pushed up on his forehead. 2 lines. Bow and stern. No wake. House is dark. Only the security, LEDs on the eaves. Infrared floodlights on the dock, motion activated. They're not tripped. Thermal, Jules asked, pulling his own NVGs down. Negative on the FLIR from here. Glass walls reflect the marsh temp. But, Rabbit lowered the binoculars. There's a heat bloom on the roof. HVAC exhaust. Steady. And one anomaly. Second floor. West corner. A small signature. Sitting still. Could be the sun. Could be her. Jules felt the world narrow to the crosshairs of his scope. He didn't have a rifle. He had a handgun and a radio and a partner and a warrant that didn't exist yet. He reached into his pocket. His fingers closed around his phone. The same phone he'd held in the evidence bag 3 days ago. The same phone he'd stared at in the war room, in the apartment, in the dark of his own kitchen at 3 a.m. He pulled it out, unlocked it, opened the contact, Ilara Voss Mobile. The screen glowed. No service. The causeway was a dead zone. The marsh ate signals. He didn't care. He hit the call button. Dialing. Connecting. Ring. Ring. Click. You've reached Ilara. I can't come to the phone right now. Leave a message. Or don't. I'm probably just overthinking the beep. Beep. Jules pressed the phone to his ear. He stared at the glass house, at the rising water at the dark dock. You're recording everything, he said into the voicemail. His voice was raw, stripped bare by the wind. I know you are. That's what you do. You build the map. You memorize the monster. So listen to me, Ilara Voss. Listen to the beep, he swallowed. The tide roared against the causeway pilings. I'm here. I'm on the road. The water's rising. Mara's getting the paper. Rabbit's watching the dock. We see the house. We see the boat. He's not moving yet. But we're not leaving. I'm not leaving, he paused. Breathed. The mask slipped, just for the microphone. I read your dissertation. The one on the passenger seat. Episodic memory, encoding under acute threat. You wrote, the witness who survives is the witness who structures the chaos. You're structuring it right now. I know you are. You're building rooms. You're filing the horror. You're making it evidence. His thumb brushed the screen. Call ended, 0042. So keep building, he whispered, though the call had dropped. Keep building the room for me. I'm the anchor. I'm the tether. I'm the shore, he pocketed the phone. Put on the night vision. The world turned green and grainy. Rabbit. Talk to me, movement. Second floor. West window. Curtain twitch. Then, a flash. Phone screen. No. Too brief. A mirror. A watch face. Someone signaling. Or someone checking the time, Jules said. 300. Thorne said he takes the boat at 300. That's in 20 minutes. High tide peaks in 14. The dock clears the causeway in 10. He's waiting for the water to deepen, Rabbit said. Draft. His boat draws 4 feet. The channel through the oyster bars needs 6. He's timing the tide. Smart, Jules said. Predictable. And predictable is dead. He keyed the radio. Dispatch Cade. Eyes on target. Structure secure. Subject stationary. Requesting Marine Unit expedite. Ada, dispatch to Cade. Marine Unit rounding Sandy Point. 8 minutes. Coast Guard cutter 20 minutes. SWAT ground team stuck on the Isle of Palms connector. Traffic accident. No ETA. Copy. We hold. We watch. We do not spook. Cade, Mara's voice cut in on the tactical channel. Crisp. Authoritative. Telephonic warrant granted. Signed by Magistrate Judge Harrell. Kidnapping, federal jurisdiction. You have authority to enter. But a pause. The AUSA wants this clean. No exigent entry, unless imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. Imminent means right now, Jules. Not he might, right now. Understood, Jules said. We hold for Marine unit. Unless he moves the package. Package, Mara repeated. She's not a package, Jules. She's the evidence, he corrected. And the witness. And the only one who can put him in the ground. We hold. He crouched in the marsh mud, cordgrass brushing his knees, the tide lapping at his boots. The smell of salt and sulfur and rotting spartina filled his lungs. Behind him, the causeway disappeared. The water covered the road markers. The last reflector blinked out, swallowed by the dark. They were on an island now. The hunters. The hunted. And the tide rising between them. Jules checked his watch. 0 to 42. 18 minutes to 300. 18 minutes to the boat. He settled the binoculars against his eyes, the green phosphor burning the image of the glass house into his retinas. Come on, Alara, he thought, the words a rhythm matching his heartbeat. Show me the map. Show me the way out. In the dark, the phone in his pocket vibrated once. A phantom sensation. Or maybe a text from Lydia. New file. Subject 08/video, feed live M3 U8 asterisk. He didn't look. He couldn't look. He watched the window. The dark glass. The reflection of the marsh. Waiting for the tiger to move. Chapter 7, the water did not crash. It rose. Alara had known the tide charts by heart before she ever woke in the white room. Mean high water 5:47 a.m., spring tide coefficient 1.12, the causeway submerged by 06:15. But intellectual mastery and visceral witness were different epistemologies entirely. She stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of the main living space, the glass cold against her fingertips, watching the Spartina alterniflora disappear. Cordgrass blades, green gold in the failing light, surrendered inch by inch to the dark mirror of the intracoastal. The causeway markers, white PVC pipes driven into the mud reflective tape, catching the last of the sunset, blinked out one by one, swallowed. Behind her, the house breathed differently. Thorne moved through the corridors with a new rhythm. Not the deliberate, measured pace of the researcher calibrating his instruments. This was something else. Urgency disguised as efficiency. She heard the heavy thud of the stabilized equipment cases being hauled up the spiral staircase to the loft subject archives. Biological samples. The dry ice chest. The whine of the hydraulic lift in the garage, raising the Boston Whalers trailer off its blocks. The sharp, staccato commands barked into his headset. Secure the perimeter. Disable the causeway cameras. If the marsh rats from DNR show up, stall them. I need 4 hours. Minimum 4 hours. Slack tide to slack tide. The window in which the island became a true island, untouchable by land. Alara's fingers pressed harder against the glass. Hyperencoding. Spatial temporal markers. Dissociation as data acquisition. Her dissertation wasn't theory anymore. It was a survival protocol written in real time. The loft door, the heavy, soundproofed steel slab at the top of the spiral stair, stood ajar. Just a fist's width. A sliver of darkness behind it. Thorne had forgotten to latch it. Careless. Rushed. Human. The realization hit her with the same cold clarity as the chlorhexidine scent on his hands that first night. He was moving his samples, his trophies, her mind corrected, the word tasting of copper and old fear, to the elevated loft before the storm surge could reach the main floor. The freezer. The file boxes. The things that couldn't get wet. He'd turned his back on the primary subject to save the archive. Subject 1. Unsecured. Unmonitored. Unprecedented. She didn't move toward the door. Not yet. Not until she'd mapped the consequence of every step. Her memory palace, the observatory, the attic room in Charleston, unfolded behind her eyes, superimposed on the glass-walled prison. Index card, loft access. String connection, HVAC maintenance panel, north wall, 12 feet from stairwell. Sensory tag, ozone scent, vibration frequency 60 Hz, dust taste. She had crawled that cavity 3 nights ago during stressor gamma, auditory overload, binaural beats at 110 dB, feigning a panic attack that drove her to the floor vents, tracing the ductwork with her fingertips while Thorne watched her break down on the monitor with clinical fascination. She knew the house's skeleton better than its architect. Index card, key ring. Location, command hook, right of main entry, height 1.4 meters. Composition, 6 keys. One worn smooth, brass, not steel, bow eroded by thumb friction. Inference, high-frequency use. Salt corrosion on ward, marine environment. Conclusion, boat dock padlock. Her throat clicked. Swallowed. The boat. The only way off the island at high tide. A creak on the stairs. Not Thorne, his gait was heavier, the left heel striking first old femoral fracture. She'd catalogued surgical pins visible on the pelvic X-ray pinned to his office wall. This was lighter. Hesitant. Bare feet on oak treads. Ilara didn't turn. She watched the reflection in the window. The boy, Eli, paused on the landing, one hand on the curved rail. 19, maybe 20. Thin shoulders in a gray Henley, hair falling over eyes that held the same flat, assessing quality as his father, but softened by something that looked like exhaustion. He wore no shoes. His toes gripped the wood grain. Observation, calluses on lateral left foot, favors that side. Bruising on right forearm, fading, pattern consistent with defensive blocking. Pupils equal, reactive. Respiratory rate elevated, 18 min. Fear. Chronic. He didn't speak. Just watched her back, his head tilted at the precise angle of someone who had learned to read danger in micro-expressions. Ilara let the silence stretch. Control the tempo. Let him choose the move. His lips parted. No sound. Then again, deliberate, shaped for her profile in the glass. He takes the boat at 300. 3 syllables. A gift wrapped in betrayal. Her heart didn't race. Amygdala modulation, prefrontal override engaged. Hippocampus tagging, temporal anchor 300. Spatial anchor, dock key. Human asset, Eli Thorne. Reliability, unknown. Motivation, unknown. Risk, extreme. She blinked once. Acknowledgement. Not gratitude. Gratitude implied debt, and she owed this boy nothing. Transaction recorded. Eli's jaw tightened. He held her gaze in the reflection for 3 heartbeats, then turned and padded back up the stairs, the ghost of a limp in his left step. The loft door gaped. Thorne's voice drifted down, muffled by distance and insulation. Manifest says 7 intact. Where the hell is Subject 3's dental archive? I logged it myself. A cabinet slammed. Footsteps paced. The researcher's mind fracturing under logistical pressure. Now, Ilara moved. Not toward the window. Not toward the stairs. Toward the north wall, where the HVAC access panel lay flush in the cabinetry, its magnetic catch released by a pressure point she'd memorized. Index finger, third knuckle, 12 newtons of force. The panel gave with a sigh of displaced air. Inside, the vertical shaft lined with reflective insulation, wide enough for her shoulders, she'd measured, 38 centimeters. The rungs of the maintenance ladder bolted to the studs, rust-stained at the base. She didn't hesitate. Climbed. Pulled the panel shut behind her, click, sealed. Darkness swallowed her. The hum of the air handler vibrated through her palms, her soles, her sternum. 60 Hz. Grounding. From inside the wall, she heard the house shift into its next act. Heavy boots on the main stair. Thorn descending. Subject 1. Ilera, a pause. The creak of the loft door swinging wide. God damn it! She imagined his face, the tightening around the eyes, the jaw muscle jumping, the hands that had held scalpels and syringes and the throats of 7 women clenching into fists. Predator, realizing the prey, has vanished from the trap. Footsteps cross the main floor. The kitchen. The garage. The front door crashing open. Salt wind, wet air. The scream of wind over marsh grass. Rabbit. Perimeter check. SHE's in the marsh. Track HER. Don't let her reach the causeway. His voice tore at the night, authoritative, panicked, wrong. He was performing. For the listening devices, he knew the FBI would have planted. For the record. Misdirection. Control the narrative. If she's outside, I'm still in charge. Ilera pressed her cheek against the cool insulation. Breathe. Count. Map. Thorne's SUV roared to life. Engine turnover. Tires on gravel. The Doppler shift as it raced toward the causeway end of the property. He was driving the search himself. The lead hunter, chasing the ghost he'd created. Index card, Thorne's location. Mobile. Away from house. Duration, minimum 20 minutes round trip to causeway and back at tactical speed. The boat key hung on the hook by the front door. 12 feet from where she dropped into the wall. 12 feet of open floor, illuminated by the motion sensor spots Thorne had forgotten to disable in his haste. Wait. Watch. The house is not empty. Eli. The variable she couldn't quantify. She descended 2 rungs. Peered through the hairline gap where the panel met the frame, a slit of vision into the great room. Empty. The window a black square reflecting the interior. The leather sofa, the glass coffee table, the single orchid in its ceramic pot, Phalaenopsis amabilis, she noted absently, watered 3 days ago condensation on the inner pot. The command hook on the wall. The key ring waited. A door clicked shut somewhere down the hall. Bedroom. Bathroom. Eli's room. Index card, Eli Thorne. Last observed, stair landing 2213. Current location, unknown. Threat assessment, indeterminate. Opportunity assessment, critical. She needed the key. Needed to reach the dock by 0250. Needed to disable the SUV, fuel line, brake cable. She'd mapped the undercarriage during the vehicle maintenance, stressor, where Thorne made her identify tools by touch alone. Needed to get the boy on the water before his father returned. All of it. Simultaneous. Solo. Her fingers found the cold metal of the ladder rung. Fine motor control, stable. Cortisol, elevated but functional. Working memory, 9-10 items retained. She thought of Jules. Not as prayer. As data. Index card, Detective Julian Cade. Anchor variable. Sensory signature, coffee and rain scent, low vocal register, 87 Hz, Left thumb rubs right knuckle when reading case files. Behavioral pattern, arrives before called. Emotional valence, high. Reliability, absolute. In the observatory of her mind, the room she'd built for him, dark wood, low light, a chair worn to the shape of his spine, the lamp burned. He's on the causeway. I know he is. 0200. Flashlight beam cutting fog. He came before he knew. The thought didn't warm her. It stabilized her. A fixed point in the rotating coordinate system. Right. Move. She dropped from the ladder into the crouch, silent on the engineered hardwood. The motion sensors didn't trigger. She'd tested their blind spots, a cone of safety beneath the western soffit. 3 seconds to the hook. Fingers closing on the brass bow. The worn key. Tactile confirmation, salt pitting thumb groove. This is it. She turned and froze. Eli stood in the hallway entrance. 10 feet. Motionless. A glass of water in one hand, condensation dripping onto his fingers. He didn't shout. Didn't run. Didn't reach for the phone on the sideboard. His eyes tracked the key in her hand. The vent panel, still ajar behind her. The wet footprints she hadn't made, but would make if she bolted for the door. Assessment recalculating. Threat level, active. Decision window, closing. Boat won't start, he said. His voice was raw, unused. Kill switch is magnetic. Father wears the fob. Around his neck, new variable. Kill switch. Fob on Thorne's person. Implication. Boat theft requires Thorne's body or the fob. Alara's mind raced. Options. 1. Ambush Thorne on return, high risk, hand-to-hand, unknown combat training. 2. Steal fob from Thorne, requires proximity, pickpocketing under stress. 3. Disable SUV. Wait for Thorne, ambush at vehicle, funneling predator into kill box. 4. Signal Jules. Phone in evidence, radio in garage. Thorne's satellite phone in loft. Garage has a landline, Eli continued, reading her micro-expressions like she'd read his. Hardwired. Not on the network. Father uses it for calls he doesn't want traced. Index card, landline. Garage. Untraceable. Access requires crossing open floor, exposure. Why? The word scraped her throat. Why tell me? Eli set the glass down on a side table. Deliberate. Non-threatening. Hands visible. Because subject 3 was my mother. The air in the room changed density. Subject 3. The dental archive Thorne screamed for. Mother. Eli's mother. She didn't vanish, he said, stepping closer. She didn't run. He archived her. Teeth. Hair. Fingernails. Labeled. Stored. Like the others, 7 women. 3 states. 15 years. Lydia's hack. The encrypted folders. Subject 17. Subject 8, Eli whispered. That's you. He said you're different. Unprecedented metacognition. He wrote it in his journal. I read it when he showers, Thorne's journal. In the loft. Must adjust protocol. He adjusts the protocol by killing the subject, Alara said, her voice flat, clinical. Final data point. Closure. Yes, then why haven't you gone to the police? Years. You've had years. Eli's laugh was a broken thing. Go where? Say what? My father is a monster, but he's also the chief of trauma at Mercy General, and he pays the mortgage, and he knows how to make people disappear. He shook his head. I tried. Once. Age 14. School counselor. Father found out. She transferred 2 weeks later. No one believes the son of a saint. Saint. Surgeon. Savior. The mask. What do you want, Eli? He met her eyes. Direct. Unflinching. The same gaze she practiced in the mirror. The one that said, I see you, I catalog you, I will not look away. I want out. Not just me. Us, he gestured between them. The boat. The fob. I know where he keeps the spare. In the loft. In the false bottom of the tool chest. But I can't reach it while he's here. And I can't drive the boat alone, not in this tide, not with the current at the inlet. Partnership proposed. Terms, mutual extraction. Trust, 0. Necessity, absolute. 300, Alara said. He takes the boat at 300. You said, he checks the boat at 300. Bilge pumps. Battery. Lines. 15 minutes. Then he returns. Sleeps until 600. Slack tide. 15 minutes. 15 minutes to get the fob, start the engines, clear the dock. And if he comes back early, Eli's hand drifted to his forearm, rubbing the bruise. Then I'll do what I always do. Distract him. Survive, unacceptable. But the only variable available. Show me the false bottom, she said. He nodded. Turned. Moved toward the spiral stair with the silent grace of someone who had spent a lifetime navigating a predator's territory. Alara followed, the worn key burning cold in her palm. The loft hit her first with scent, ozone, old paper, formaldehyde beneath the sterile air. Then the sight. Evidence. Archive. Graveyard. 7 bankers' boxes on industrial shelving. Labeled Subject 1, Subject 7. Each with a date. A location. A name written in Thorne's precise script. Sarah Voss. 2014. Charleston. Subject 4. The air left Alara's lungs. My sister. My Sarah. Subject 4. Her fingers found the box before thought. Cardboard. Dust. The lid lifted, teeth. In a Ziploc bag. Molars. Incisors. Roots intact. Hydrofluoric acid doesn't dissolve teeth. He knows. He keeps them. A strand of hair. Dark brown. Hers. Sarah's. A fingernail. Pink polish chipped at the edge. She loved that polish. Midnight ballet. She stole it from Mom. The memory palace shuddered. Index card, Sarah Voss. Age 14. Last seen, Causeway, low tide. Wearing blue sundress, white sandals. Polished toenails. Laughing. Running toward the water. Alara, wait. Alara's hand closed around the plastic bag. Evidence. Chain of custody, broken. Admissibility, compromised. Truth, absolute. Alara, Eli's voice. Gentle. Urgent. She replaced the lid. Her fingers didn't shake. Compartmentalize. Store. Retrieve later. Now, mission. Tool chest, she said. North wall. Beneath the workbench. A rolling craftsman cabinet, locked. Eli produced a key from a cord around his neck. How long has he had that? And unlocked the top drawer. Empty. Second drawer. Socket sets. Third. He pressed the back panel. Click. A false bottom dropped. 2 key fobs lay in velvet cutouts. 1 labeled primary. 1 spare. Alara took the spare. Weight, 42 grams. Frequency, 315 megahertz. Rolling code encryption. Paired to Boston Whalers Mercury, Verado 350s. Can you program a new fob? She asked. Eli shook his head. Dealer only. But the spare is cloned. Works identical. Good. One variable secured. Landline, she said. Garage. Now, they moved down the stairs, her in the lead, memory mapping each step, each sightline. The front door stood open, a rectangle of violent weather. Wind screamed across the marsh, driving rain horizontal. The SUV was gone. Tire tracks vanished into the dark. Thorne is hunting. He will return. Clock started. The garage was a surgical theater for machines. The Boston Whaler on its lift, hull gleaming. The SUV's empty bay. A workbench with diagnostic equipment. And on the wall, a rotary phone. Analog. Copper pair. Untraceable. Ilara seized the handset. Dial tone. Real. Functional. She dialed from memory. Charleston PD homicide. Direct line. Jules's desk. Ring. Ring. Click. Cade. The voice was gravel and exhaustion, and the most beautiful sound she'd ever heard. Jules. It's Ilara. I'm in the house. Thorne is gone. He thinks I fled into the marsh. He's searching the causeway. I have the boat key. I have Thorne's son. We're leaving at 300 from the dock. I need you at the Wando River boat ramp. Bring Mara. Bring SWAT. Bring everyone. Silence. 3 heartbeats. Say again. You're inside, in the walls. He doesn't know. I have evidence, boxes labeled 7 subjects. Sarah is subject 4. Jules, he has her teeth, a breath. Ra. Jesus. Ilara. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Wando ramp. 300. I'm pulling the trigger on the warrant now. Mara's here. We're rolling. You stay on the line. You hear me? You stay on the line went dead. Not static. Dead. Click. Hum. Ilara stared at the handset. Cut. Thorne has a line monitor. He knows. Phone's dead, Eli said from the shadows. He has a kill switch for the landline, too. In his office, new variable. Thorne knows she called. Knows she's inside. Knows police are mobilizing. He'll come back fast, Eli said. Fast and quiet. Not down the driveway. He'll beach the SUV on the marsh side, come through the mangroves. Rear entry. Service door. Index card, rear service door. Kitchen hallway. Magnetic lock. Code 7391, Thorne's birthday reversed. Vulnerability. Power failure defaults to unlocked. Power, Ilara said. Can we kill the main? Breaker panel. Utility room. Off the garage. Show me. They moved as one, she with the fob in her pocket, the key in her fist, the memory of Sarah's teeth burning cold in her chest. He with the knowledge of his father's house and the desperation of a son who had decided, finally, to stop being a witness. The utility room smelled of ozone and copper. The panel box, 400 amp service, 3-phase. Main breaker, a massive toggle. Kill it, she said. Eli threw the switch. Darkness swallowed the house. Total. Absolute. Emergency lights didn't kick on. Thorne disabled them for the clean room protocol. No witnesses. No records. Service door, Ilara said, already moving. Now, they slipped through the kitchen, past the orchid dying in the dark down the hall. The magnetic lock clicked open, power failure default engaged. The door swung inward on silent hinges. Mangroves. Black water. The roar of wind in cordgrass. The dock lay 50 yards out, a finger of pressure-treated lumber reaching into the churn. The Boston whaler bobbed at the end, twin 350s silent, running lights dark. 300. 12 minutes. Get in the boat, Alara said, shoving Eli toward the gangway. Start the engines. Port first, then starboard. Warm them. 30 seconds each. Then hold position. And you, she checked the fob. The key. The worn brass bow. Thorne's SUV keys. If she could disable the vehicle before he reached it. I'm buying us time. Alara, Geo, he went. Low. Vast. The gangway clanged under his weight. Alara turned back toward the house. The hunter returns. The prey waits. She moved to the SUV's projected landing zone, a flat stretch of marsh grass where the tire ruts showed previous beachings. Mud. Cordgrass roots. Hidden. She knelt. Fingers in the cold muck. Tactile search. Fuel line. Rubber, accessible from driver's side wheel well. Brake line. Steel runs along frame rail. Crowbar. In the garage, but she had the Leatherman from the tool chest, clipped to her belt loop. She positioned herself. Concealment, prone in Spartana. Cover, none. Escape, water. The wind shifted. Brought the sound of an engine. Diesel. Low RPM. Creeping. Thorne. Smart. Silent approach. Headlights cut the dark, then killed. Parking lights only. The SUV nosed onto the marsh flat, tires hissing on wet grass. 50 yards. 30. 20. The engine cut. Silence. A door opened. Closed. Soft. Footsteps. Crunching mud. Left heel strike. Surgical pins. Thorne. He moved toward the house. Toward the rear service door. Expecting to find her gone. Expecting to secure the perimeter. Expecting control. He passed her position. 10 feet. 5. Now. Alara moved not up but out. Low. Vast. The Leatherman's pliers found the brake line at the frame rail. Crush. Twist. Sever. Fluid sprayed, .4, hygroscopic, boiling point 230 degrees C. Useless now. She rolled. Came up behind the SUV. Fuel line. Wheel well. Snip. Done. The driver's door opened. Subject 1, Thorne said into the dark. His voice carried no fear. Only curiosity. I know you're here. Your phone call was enlightening. Sarah is subject 4. You found the archive. Impressive. Truly, he's stalling. Buying time. The boat, he needs to check the boat. You're contaminating my data, he continued, stepping toward the house. But I appreciate the aggression. It validates the model. Unprecedented metacognition. I'll cite you in the final paper. Posthumously, of course, 10 feet to the service door. He'll enter. Search. Find the loft empty. The archive exposed. Then he'll check the dock. Alara moved silently along the SUV's flank. Rear hatch. Unlocked. Interior access to the cabin. She slipped inside. Dark. Smell of leather and antiseptic. Cargo cover retracted. The satellite phone sat in its cradle. Iridium 9575. Encrypted. GPS tracked. She took it. Evidence. Communication. Lifeline. A pistol in the door pocket. Sig Sauer P226. 9s. 15 plus 1. Chambered. She took that too. Wait. Balance. Familiar. She'd trained at the range with Jules years ago. Just in case, he'd said. Academic curiosity, she'd lied. Thorne's voice drifted from the house. Ilara. I can wait. The tide turns at 06:15. We have hours. Let's talk about your dissertation. The predictive model, does it account for this variable? The subject who refuses to stay prey, he's in the house. Moving toward the loft. Ilara checked the SIG. Slide racked. Round chambered. Safety off. She exited the SUV on the passenger side. Low. Vast. Toward the dock. The gangway clanged. Eli. Holding position. Engines warm. Thorne's voice rose, shouted now. Eli. Step away from the controls. That is an order, a boy's voice. Cracking. No, good boy. Good variable. Ilara hit the dock running. 40 yards. 30. The whaler's transom, the fob, the start buttons. Thorne appeared at the service door. Silhouetted against the dark interior. Raise something. Long. Tubular. Rifle. Trank gun. Net launcher. Crack. Not a gunshot. Thunder. Or, the whaler's port engine roared to life. Starboard followed. Eli. He did it. Thorne fired. Not a bullet. A dart. Trank. Green-feathered shaft buried in the dock, planking 6 inches from Ilara's boot. She didn't flinch. Reaction time, 0.3 seconds. Decision, continue. Variable, boat moving. She leapt. The whaler had drifted 10 feet out. Gap. Water. Cold. Current. She cleared it. Landed on the port gunwale. Rolled. Came up on the deck. Wet. Gasping. Alive. Eli at the helm. Hands on twin throttles. Face lit by instrument glow. Terrified. Alive. G.O., she screamed. He shoved the throttles forward. 350 horses each. 700 total. The whaler lunged, climbing its own bow wave, stern digging, then planing, flying over the black water. Behind them, the dock shrank. A figure stood there. Still. Watching. Thorne. Not running. Not chasing. Watching. Data collection. Final observation. Subject 8 escaped. Encoding complete. Ilara collapsed against the console, the SIG heavy in her hand, the satellite phone burning in her pocket. Salt spray stung her face. Wind tore her breath. 3:07. Wando River ramp, 18 minutes. Jules, waiting. Myra, coming. SWAT, rolling. She looked back at the island. The sanctum. Dark. Silent. A jewel box on black velvet. Not finished. Not over. But the tide had turned. And for the first time in 10 years, since the night Sarah vanished, since the night she became the girl who remembered everything, Ilara Voss let herself believe the words she'd written in her dissertation, the words she'd built a palace to prove. Memory is not storage. Memory is strategy. And strategy wins. Chapter 8. The night inside the darkness inside the wall cavity was not absolute. It was a texture, a living thing that pressed against Ilara's retinas, phosphenes dancing like bruised amethyst against the black. She had expected silence. She found instead a symphony. The house breathes. HVAC ducts exhaled conditioned air through aluminum ribs. a low susurrus that vibrated in the studs against her back. Somewhere above, a toilet tank refilled gurgle, hiss, shut-off click, marking the hour. 01:47, if Thorne kept to the schedule she'd memorized from the tide chart on his kitchen wall. High tide at 01:33. The causeway submerged by 01:40. The island severed from the world until 07:15. 7 hours, 28 minutes of isolation. Ilara pressed her palm flat against the interior sheathing, feeling the house's pulse through her fingertips. Cool drywall. Warmer stud, thermal bridge. A nail head, sharp against her callus. She catalogued each sensation in the mental architecture she'd been building since the first cold water immersion. West wall, master suite adjacent, cavity depth 14 cm, access via HVAC return grill, removed, screws pocketed. Her knees ached from the crouch. Her right foot had gone numb 20 minutes ago, pinned beneath her left thigh. Perineal nerve compression. Temporary. Reversible. She shifted, slow as glacial drift, and the dust mote stirred in the beam of her penlight, a slender AA maglite she'd liberated from the kitchen junk drawer during the chaos of Thorne's escape search. He'd torn through the marsh in waders, flashlight sweeping cordgrass, radio squawking to Larkin's team. Subject fled into tidal zone. Possible drowning. Requesting dive team at first light. He believed his own misdirection. Good. Let him. The penlight beam caught the edge of a floor joist, the spider silk cobwebs strung between insulation bats, the faint iridescent trail of a silverfish. Lepisma saccharina. Humidity indicator. This cavity breathes moisture. She filed it. Structural note, mold risk, northwest corner. Thorne's fastidiousness has limits. She moved laterally, army crawling on elbows, the penlight clenched in her teeth. The beam swung erratic, painting the cavity in strobe flashes. Steady. Steady. She breathed through her nose in 4, hold 4, out 6. The box breathing technique she'd taught her undergraduate lab students for fMRI stillness. Amygdala regulation. Prefrontal cortex online. Hippocampus encoding. Left. 3 meters. Electrical conduit run. She knew the house's nervous system. Romex cables snaked through board stud holes, white sheathing glowing faintly in the dark like bioluminescent veins. She followed the 12-2 feeding the master suite outlets, tracing it toward the service panel she'd glimpsed in the garage. Square DQO, 200 amp, 3 empty breakers labeled spare, well, dock. Dock. Boat. Key. The worn smooth key on the hook by the loft door. Brass bow, Schlage SC1 keyway, cuts deep at positions 3 and 5. Code 35214. Master key for the estate. She'd seen it in the split second before Thorne slammed the loft hatch, the reflexive glance of a woman who had spent 10 years reconstructing a single afternoon from the fragments of a parking lot, a red balloon vendor receipt, a witness's uncertain description of a blue sedan. No, teal, 1998 Honda Accord, partial plate 7JF Sarah. The name surfaced unbidden, attached to its usual cargo. The smell of rain on hot asphalt, the pressure of a small hand in hers, the last words, "L, wait up, I want to see the crabs," and then the absence shaped exactly like a 14-year-old girl. Not now. Compartmentalize. File, Sarah Voss cold case active. Access only on command. She breathed. The penlight beam steadied. Junction box. Plastic. Blue. She popped the cover. Wire nuts, yellow, red, black. Ground copper pigtailed to the box. She photographed it mentally, zoom, enhance metadata. Circuit 12, master bath GFI, bedroom lights, smoke detector hallway. She could kill power to the smoke detector from here. 5 seconds with needle nose pliers. No alarm. No log entry. She didn't have pliers. She had a titanium scribble stylus from her dissertation defense bag. Thorne hadn't searched it, deemed it academic debris, and a multi-tool she'd lifted from the garage workbench during her first reconnaissance, clipped now to her waistband. Tool inventory: stylus, conductive tip, ceramic shaft, multi-tool pliers, knife, saw, bit driver, penlight AA 80 lumens 4HR runtime, phone dead in evidence, memory palace infinite storage 0 weight. She moved on. Right. 2 meters. Plumbing chase. PVC waste line, 3-inch running vertical. Master bath toilet. Sink. Shower. She pressed her ear to the pipe. Water hammer, thunk, pause, thunk, someone upstairs brushing teeth. No. Too rhythmic. Pump. Recirculation loop for instant hot water. Luxury. Wasteful. Thorne. She smelled him before she saw the door. Chlorhexidine. Beneath it, sandalwood expensive Creed Aventus $360 bottle, and beneath that something copper salt. Blood. Old. Dried. Not his. Subject 7. Zix. The door was ajar. 2 inches. A child's bedroom, she saw through the gap. Twin bed with hospital corners. Desk with a single textbook, Campbell Biology 12th edition. Posters, periodic table, cranial nerves, cardiac cycle. A telescope by the window, Celestron Next Star 8SE, computerized go-to mount aimed at the marsh. Eli. She'd seen him once on the stairs. 19, Thorne had said. Looked 16. Malnourished. Neglected. Or simply dwarfed by a father who consumed oxygen. She waited. The house held its breath. The HVAC cycled off. In the sudden quiet, she heard pages turning. Slow. Deliberate. Reading. Not sleeping. Not hiding. Alara eased the penlight from her teeth. Clicked it off. Darkness swallowed her, true darkness, the kind that lives behind eyelids, and she navigated by proprioception alone, counting stud bays, feeling for the door frame's edge with her fingertips. 4. 5. 6. Latch side. She slipped the stylus through the gap. The tip caught the striker plate. Leverage. Patience. The latch retracted with a sound, like a finger snap in a cathedral. The door swung inward on silent hinges. Maintained. Oiled. Thorne's handiwork or Eli's. The boy sat at his desk, back to her, illuminated by a clip-on LED lamp. He didn't turn. Didn't startle. His shoulders were tight, spine rigid anticipation, not surprise. You're the new subject, he said. His voice was flat, toneless. Rehearsed. Or simply exhausted of affect. Alara didn't move. The penlight stayed dark in her fist. I'm not a subject. I'm Alara. Alara Voss. Names are variables. Father assigns designations. Subject 8. You're the one who thinks. Not survives. Not endures. Thinks. She stepped inside. The room smelled of paper, ozone from the telescope's motors, and the same copper salt undertone. Old blood. Not his. On the mattress. The floor. She scanned, no visible stains. Encapsulated. Cleaned. But the scent lingers in porous materials. Drywall. Carpet pad. What are you reading? Gray's Anatomy. The textbook. Not the show, a pause. Page turn. Father prefers Netter's Atlas. Says Gray's is pedagogically outdated. I like the descriptions. There. Literary. a word chosen like a scalpel. Ilara moved to the desk, set the pen light down, clicked it on beam aimed at the ceiling, diffuse glow. In the light, she saw him properly. Fine bones, dark circles stamped beneath eyes the same brown as thorns, hair cut short with home shears. Self-inflicted. Control. A faint scar bisected his left eyebrow, sutured, precise, medical. "You know what he does," she said. Not a question. Eli's fingers stilled on the page. "I know what he studies. Fear. Cortisol. Amygdala, volume reduction under chronic stress. He publishes under pseudonyms. Journal of Trauma Neurobiology. Behavioral Brain Research. 3 first-author papers in 5 years. High impact factor, a humorless smile. He's proud of his H-index. Says it's the only metric that doesn't lie. He knows the literature. He reads his father's work. He understands. Does he know you read them? I have his ORCID ID. His ORCID ID, Eli repeated, as if the acronym were a spell. Open Researcher and Contributor ID. Public database. He thinks I don't understand the methodology. He thinks I'm slow. The word landed heavy. He's never asked me what I think of his control groups. Control groups. Plural. 7 women. 7 subjects. 7 lives reduced to N equals 1 data points. Ilara's stylus tapped against her thigh. Rhythm. Anchor. Your father is on the causeway right now, searching the marsh for a body that isn't there. He thinks I drowned. He thinks he won. Eli turned then. His face was a mask, micro-expressions flickering. Surprise, calculation, something raw and hopeful crushed flat. He never wins. He just continues. The tide comes in. The tide goes out. He collects data. He writes. He waits for the next one. Next one, subject 9. He has a short list. 3 candidates. He showed me the files. Said I needed to understand the selection criteria. Eli's voice cracked just once. One of them lives in Mount Pleasant. She takes the causeway to work. Low tide only. Tuesdays and Thursdays, Mount Pleasant. Causeway. Tuesday. Thursday. Ilara's mind palace expanded. New room, future victims. Subfile, subject 9 candidates. Priority, immediate transmission to Jules. She reached into her pocket. The multi-tool. The note she'd written on the back of a pharmacy receipt, ballpoint, pressed hard, legible during her first cavity recon. I'm getting us both out. She held it out. Can you read this? Eli took it. Read it. His thumb traced the letters. Tactile verification. Trust but confirm. You have a plan. I have a key. A boat. A tide window at 300, slack before ebb. 20 minutes to clear the causeway before the current rips. She met his eyes. Dark. Deep. Old. I have a partner waiting on the other side. He doesn't know I'm coming. But he'll be there. He's always there, Jules. The name existed in her mind palace as a structure, not a room, a foundation. Load-bearing. She'd built it the first night, when Thorne's cold water had stolen her breath and the panic screamed, die, die, die. She'd constructed a doorway in the palace's central hall, framed in Charleston brick, gas lantern burning. Jules's room. No memories inside yet. Only the anticipation of memories. The promise, you will fill this. He will fill this. Together. Eli folded the receipt. Slipped it into his textbook. Page 412, the autonomic nervous system, sympathetic division. Father keeps the boat key on a hook by the loft hatch. Worn smooth. Brass bow, Schlage SC1. Eli's voice dropped. He checks it every night at 200. Ritual. Then he sleeps until 500. Ambien. 10 milligrams. Crushed in applesauce. I know because I prepare it. Pharmacology. Observation. Survival. Why haven't you left before? The boat. The key. The tide. Eli's smile was a wound. Where would I go? He's filed paperwork. Homeschool affidavits. Medical power of attorney. I don't exist outside this house. No birth certificate. No SSN. No school records. I'm a ghost he created to witness his work. A pause. He calls me the control variable. Said I prove environment dominates genetics. That I'm normal despite him. His greatest experiment, control variable. Subject 0. The baseline. Alara's chest tightened, pericardial friction rub, grief masquerading as physiology. She crouched, bringing her eyes level with his. You're not a variable. You're a witness. And witnesses testify, I don't know how, then learn. Tonight. You come with me. You get in the boat. You tell the police everything. Every file. Every name. Every location. You bury him with the truth. Eli stared at her. The mask cracked, hope, terrifying and fragile, blooming behind his eyes. And if he wakes? If he catches us, then I'll do what I do best. She tapped her temple. I'll remember. And I'll make sure they remember too. Every detail. Every second. He won't erase us. Us. Not me. Us. The word hung between them. A bridge, a lifeline, a vow. A floorboard creaked overhead. Master suite. Thorn turning in sleep. Or feigning. Eli's head snapped toward the ceiling. His hand found hers, cold, dry grip like a drowning man. He's light. The Ambien. But he dreams. Sometimes he talks. Names. Dates. Coordinates. GPS. Burial sites. Dump sites. Can you hear him from here? Vents. The house is designed for sound. He calls it acoustic transparency, said it helps him monitor subjects without cameras in every room. Eli's lip curled. He has cameras anyway. Redundancy. He loves redundancy, sound architecture. Another variable. Ilara stood. Show me the vent path to the garage. The boat dock. The SUV disable points. I saw the OBDI port exposed, fuse box accessible. I can brick the ECU in 90 seconds. Eli rose. Taller than she'd thought. 6 feet, maybe. Stooped from habit. He moved to the closet, empty hangers, single duffel bag, packed, and pressed a panel at the back. It swung inward, a vertical shaft lined with reflective mylar. Light pipe. Or escape route. Maintenance chase, he whispered. Runs garage to attic. Father uses it for HVAC filters. He's too broad for it now. Shoulder injury. Rotator cuff. Surgical repair failed. He didn't follow PT protocol. A ghost of pride. I noticed. He didn't. Observation as weapon. Inheritance subverted. Ilara slipped the penlight into her mouth. Click. Beam cut the dark. Lead. She followed him up rungs welded to mylar, spaced 30 cm, grease slick, muscles burning, breath controlled, mind palace expanding with each meter. Garage access, vertical chase, 4.2 m climbed, rungs 14, structural integrity sound. At the top, a hinged panel. Eli pushed. Cool night air washed down salt, marsh mud, diesel ozone. Garage. They emerged into shadow. The space was clinical: epoxy floor, pegboard walls, snap-on tool chests, the silver SUV, Thorne's daily driver, and a Boston Whaler 270 Dauntless on a hydraulic trailer. Twin Yamaha 300s. Mercury V8. -30 in 4.2 seconds. Draft 18 inches. Perfect for marsh channels. Alara moved to the SUV. Pop the hood. Flashlight beam, hers now, reclaimed, found the battery. Optima yellow top. AGM 750 CCA. She disconnected the negative terminal. No alarm. No remote start. No OnStar, fused separately, fuse 17 in the underhood box. She pulled that too. Bricked. Keys, she whispered. Eli nodded. Vanished toward the house door. Returned 30 seconds later with a ring, 4 keys, one worn smooth. He pressed the brass bow into her palm. Warm from his grip. Dock key. Boat ignition. Trailer winch. House master, his voice trembled. The dock padlock is a Bloy PL 362. Pick resistant. But the hasp is standard steel. Bolt cutters in the bottom drawer of the chest, red handle, red handle. Bottom drawer. Noted. Alara moved to the Whaler. Climbed aboard. Center console. Helm seat. Electronics. Garmin GPS MAP 8616, VHF radio, AIS transponder. She keyed the ignition. Turn, choke, starter engage, twin Yamahas cough to life, smooth as cardiac rhythm. Idle at 700 RPM. Good. Warm. Ready. She killed it. Silence rushed back, marsh sounds. Fiddler crabs scraping, heron's guttural croak, tide sucking mud. Eli stood at the gunwale. Backpack now slung, the duffel heavy. I have his encrypted drives. The ones from the cloud backup. I cloned them to a rugged SSD. Hidden in the textbook. Page 412. He tapped the Gray's Anatomy. Also his journal. Physical. Leather-bound. He writes in it every night. Code. But I've been learning it. It's a modified Vigner. Key is the date of Mother's death. 3/14/2008. Mother. Dead. Another variable. Alara reached down. Gripped his forearm, solid, real, warm. You're not a control variable, Eli. You're the evidence that breaks the case. He swallowed. Nodded. I'll meet you at the dock. 2 minutes. I need to. He gestured vaguely at the house. There's something in the freezer. Garage chest. Bottom. Vacuum-sealed bags. Labels. Dates. Names, teeth. Hair. Trophies. Proof. Go. I'll disable the trailer winch, cut the hydraulic line. He can't launch the backup Zodiac. Eli vanished into the house door. Vast. Silent. Trained. Alara moved to the trailer. Found the hydraulic reservoir, Dexron VI, red, leaking slow from a crimped fitting. She sliced the high-pressure line with her multi-tool saw. PSSSD. Fluid sprayed. Pressure lost. Winch dead. She wiped the blade, pocketed it. Trailer immobilized. SUV bricked. Zodiac accessible but no motor. He keeps the 15 HP on the dock, chained. She checked her mental clock. 0 to 47. 13 minutes to slack tide. 7 minutes to dock. 3 minutes to launch. 2 minutes buffer. She moved to the dock door, steel, insulated keypad entry. The worn key turned. Smooth. Schlage SC1. Master. Beautiful. The dock stretched 40 feet into black water. The Zodiac bobbed at the end, Hypalon tubes, fiberglass hull, Yamaha 15 HP short shaft, chain through transom eyes to cleat. Master key worked the padlock. Abloy PL 362. Pick resistant. But key to like to house. Convenience. Thorn's fatal flaw. She started the 15 HP. Pull. Cough. Roar. Idle. Kill it. Drift test. Current pulled south, ebb beginning. Good. Slack imminent. She tied the painter to the cleat. Climbed back up. 0 to 52. 8 minutes. The house door opened. Eli emerged. Backpack. Textbook. No hesitation. He's committed. The decision made. The boy burned, the man walking. They moved together, two shadows, one purpose, down the dock. Ilara untied. Pushed off. Eli climbed in, sure-footed. She started the 15 HP. Pull. Roar. Go. The marsh opened around them. Cordgrass walls, channel markers reflecting red-green, stars wheeling overhead, Orion's belt horizontal, rising. The current caught them, gentle now, guiding south toward the causeway. 0 to 58. Slack tide. The water pauses. The world holds its breath. Ilara throttled up. The Zodiac planed, bow up, stern down, spray kissing her face, salt on lips. Eli sat forward, backpack clutched, face into wind. Free. He looks free. She glanced back once. The sanctum glowed, glass walls, sterile light, empty rooms, a man sleeping through the end of his world. Not sleeping. Waiting. A light snapped on in the master suite. Not ambient dreams. Awake. Thorn stood at the window. She knew, felt it in the marrow of her memory palace, that he was watching. Not searching. Watching. He raised a hand. Salute. Farewell. Trigger. The Zodiac surged. The causeway loomed, dark hump, submerged markers, the world's thinnest bridge. And there, at the water's edge, where marsh met asphalt, a flashlight beam. Cutting fog. Steady. Searching. Not sweeping. Holding. Ilara's throat closed. Vagal response. Bradycardia. Tears, hot, instant, uninvited. She didn't wipe them. Let them track through salt spray. Evidence. Data. Proof. The beam didn't waver. Didn't sweep. Anchored. She keyed the VHF. Channel 16. Thumb on PTT. This is. Subject 8. Ilara Voss. Position, Causeway Channel 200 yards north. 2 souls aboard. 1 male 19. 1 female 28. We have evidence. We have testimony. We are coming home, static. Then, voice. Rough. Tired. Alive. Copy that, Ilara. This is Detective Cade. Charleston PD. I read you loud and clear. The light's on. The coffee's hot. The door's unlocked. Bring him home, Jules. The name settled into her mind palace's foundation, brick and mortar, gas lantern flame, load-bearing eternal. Ilara Voss, PhD candidate, survivor, architect of memory, laughed, raw, broken, victorious, into the marsh night, and drove the boat straight into the beam of the flashlight that had never stopped searching for her. 200 hours. The causeway. Jules Cade stood in water up to his ankles. The tide had receded, mudflats exposed, cordgrass dripping, the causeway's asphalt spine emerging like a whale's back, but the channels still ran deep, cold, hungry. Fog clung low, a bruised purple blanket lit only by his maglite and the stars. Orion. Cassiopeia. The Pleiades, 7 sisters, 1 lost. He'd driven the department's Tahoe as far as the barricade, SAWP horses, yellow tape, dive team staging, then walked. 2 miles of saturated pavement, flashlight beam cutting the mist, Radio Ruiz grumbling in his ear. "Jules, you crazy bastard, Larkin's gonna have your badge. The dive team lead says visibility is 0. Current still ripping, let him talk. Let Larkin threaten. Let the dive team prep." He knew. Knew the way he knew the weight of his Glock, the rhythm of his heartbeat, the exact cadence of Rabbit's sighs. He knew she wasn't in the water. She wasn't prey. She was Alara Voss, the woman who built memory palaces from parking lot fragments, who turned a dissertation defense into a survival manual, who had been leaving breadcrumbs since the moment Thorne's taser hit her neck. Subjects under threat exhibit hyperencoding of spatial temporal markers. Her words. Her theory. Her promise. He'd read that draft 100 times. Memorized the margins where she'd scribbled Jules, anchor variable in pencil, erased, rewritten in pen. Not a note. A declaration. So he stood. Waited. Held the light steady on the channel where the causeway met the marsh. The only way out, the only way in. 200. 215. 230. 245. Radio chatter, dive team deploying. Side scan sonar negative. FLIR negative. No thermal signature in water. Of course not. She's not in the water. She's above it. Inside it. Around it. He thought of her apartment, the observatory, she called it, walls webbed with string and index cards, sensory maps of a night 10 years past. He'd stood in that room 2 days ago, coffee gone cold in his hand, tracing the connections. Blue sedan. Teal. 1998 Accord. Partial plate. Balloon vendor. Crab pot buoys. Sarah's pink sneaker, size 4, left foot only, found 400 yards north of here, tangled in Spartina roots. He'd touched her desk. Her chair. The mug with the chipped rim, caffeine, the only legal performance enhancer. Felt the groove her thumbnail wore in the wood. Habit. Anxiety. Brilliance. He'd fallen for a ghost before he'd met the woman. Fallen for the mind that refused to let the past stay buried. Jules, Rabbit's voice close now. Not radio. Physical presence. Boss. Dive lead says, she's not in the water, Rabbit. Boss, she's not in the water. A beat. The fog swirled. The light held. 255. 258. 259. A sound. Not engine. Hull on plane. Water displaced. Wake cutting channel. Jules didn't lower the light. Didn't blink. Muscles locked. Breath held. Heart, arrhythmic, stupid, hopeful. The Zodiac burst from the fog small, white, bow high, throwing spray. 2 figures. One driving. One braced forward, backpack clutched. The boat slowed. Turned. Drifted toward the causeway's submerged edge. Jules saw her face in the beam, wet, streaked, wild-haired, alive, 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 and the world contracted to a single point. Alara Voss, returning from the dead. She cut the engine. Silence roared. Detective Cade, she called. Voice rough, salt-scraped, laughing. You're early. Slack tide's not for 2 minutes. Jules Cade, homicide detective, cold case obsession, ghost chaser, man who had loved a woman's mind before he'd ever held her hand, let the maglite drop to his side. The beam cut the fog at a crazy angle. The battery compartment popped open. A D-cell rolled into the marsh mud. He didn't care. He walked into the water, knee-deep, thigh-deep, cold shocking through denim, and reached for the gunwale. Her hand met his. Wet. Cold. Strong. Real. Fingers interlaced. Grip locked. Anchor. Tether. Home. Illyra, he said. The name was a prayer. A verdict. A beginning. Jules. She pulled herself up, climbing from boat to causeway, water streaming from her clothes, heavy, solid here. You kept the light on. Always. She stood on the asphalt. Whole. Breathing. Encoding. Behind her, the boy climbed out tall, thin, clutching a backpack like a shield. He watched them with eyes that had seen too much, understood too early. Jules didn't look away from her. Not yet. Not ever. Subject 8, she said, and her voice carried the weight of 7 women, a lost sister, a father's grief, a mother's silence, a predator's hubris. All of it witnessed, catalogued, survived. Reporting for duty. I have evidence. Testimony. A confession in his own handwriting. And a witness who knows every variable. She gestured to the boy. This is Elias Thorne. He has the encrypted drives. The journal. The coordinates. He's the control variable who decided to become the independent variable. The boy, Eli, straightened. Met Jules's gaze. Assessment. Threat calculation. Trust evaluation. Detective, Eli said. You're earlier than my father predicted. He said police procedure dictates perimeter containment until dive team deployment. He said you'd follow the book. Jules's mouth quirked first genuine expression in 72 hours. I don't follow the book, kid. I follow the evidence. And the evidence, he squeezed Illyra's hand. Warmth returning. Pulse sinking. Just walked out of the dark and into my flashlight beam. Illyra laughed again, wet, broken, free. Technically, I drove the boat. But I like your version better. Put it in the report. Will do. Jules's thumb traced her knuckles. Tactile confirmation. Data point. Reality anchor. Welcome back, Doctor. Voss, Doctor. Voss. Not subject 8. Not victim. Doctor. Architect. Survivor. Hers. The fog lifted, just a little. The stars sharpened. The causeway emerged, black asphalt, yellow lines, solid ground stretching toward Charleston, toward morning, toward everything that came next. Illyra Voss stood on the road she'd been abducted from, hand in hand with the detective who'd never stopped searching, a boy who'd chosen freedom beside them, and the tide rolling out behind them, receding, revealing, leaving the past exposed on the mudflats for anyone brave enough to read it. Memory is not storage, her dissertation had argued. Memory is reconstruction. Active. Deliberate. A choice. She had chosen. They had chosen. The architecture of after began now, brick by brick, beam by beam, light by light, on a causeway at 300, where the water had been and the road remained. Chapter 9. The tide was a living thing, breathing against the pilings. Illyra felt it in the soles of her feet, transmitted through the aluminum vent grating, through the insulation batting, through the sheathing and the siding and the foundation piers driven deep into the sucking mud. High tide. 0 to 47. The water slapped the causeway's lowest markers. She'd memorized the timetable from the NOAA chart on Thorne's garage wall, the same chart she'd photographed with her mind's eye 3 days ago. Mean high water 03, 12. Slack 03, 45. Ebb begins 04, 18. Thorne would move at 300. He always moved on the quarter hour. Precision was his religion. The protocol demanded it. She lay in the wall cavity behind the second-floor HVAC chase, Her body curled around the drywall saw she'd taken from the garage workbench. Small, folding, its teeth kissed with rust. Her knees ached. Her fingertips were raw from crawling through insulation, from prying the access panel loose, from the 100 small violations she'd inflicted on this house to make it hers. Sweat tracked through the dust on her forehead, stinging her eyes. She didn't wipe it away. Data point, core temperature elevated. Heart rate, 110-115. Respiratory rate controlled. Box breathing. 4 in, hold 4 out. Prefrontal cortex online. Amygdala leashed. The house breathed with her. Thorne's footsteps on the main floor. Heavy, deliberate, the left heel striking fractionally harder. Favoring the left hip. Osteoarthritis. Cortisone injections every 3 months. She'd seen the prescription vials in the upstairs bathroom, lot numbers logged, expiration dates noted. He was in the kitchen now. The refrigerator compressor cycled. A cabinet opened. Closed. The distinct clink of glass on glass. His evening scotch, Lagavulin 16, 2 fingers, no ice. He never drank during protocol hours. Tonight was not protocol hours. Tonight was relocation. Subject 8 shows unprecedented metacognition. Must adjust protocol. The words lived in her memory palace, filed under Thorne's study/journal/page 47/entry, dated 3 days past. She'd read them while he slept, standing in the vented crawl space above his bedroom, the journal open on his nightstand beneath a reading lamp. She'd photographed every page. The entries for subjects 1 through 7 were clinical, detached, baseline cortisol, stressor response, termination criteria met. Subject 8, her was different. He'd written fascinating in the margin. Underlined it twice. Footsteps on the stairs. Ascending. Pause at the 2nd floor. The master bedroom door opened. Closed. Drawers. A zipper. The rasp of nylon, his go bag. She'd seen it packed. Tactical flashlight, folding knife, satellite phone, 2 vials of succinylcholine chloride in a padded case, 1 vial of atropine. Control measures. Clean exit. He didn't look in the vents. He didn't check the garage. He never did. His model didn't account for a subject who stayed. Ilara counted to 60 after his bedroom door clicked shut. Then 30 more. The house settled. The tide slapped harder, rising. She moved. The drywall saw folded silent in her palm. She reversed through the chase, shoulders of the house, backward and blind, navigating by the map burned into her occipital lobe. Left at the double joist, right past the electrical junction, down the vertical drop to the garage ceiling cavity, kick the louvered vent outward, land soft. Her feet hit concrete. Dust puffed around her ankles. The garage smelled of motor oil, salt, and the sharp green scent of cordgrass blown in through the vent. The silver SUV sat centered, Thorne's daily driver, pristine, odorless. Beside it, on a wall-mounted rack, a 12-foot aluminum John boat on a trailer, hulls scrubbed white, Yamaha 4-stroke mounted on the transom. A gasoline can, red plastic, strapped to the trailer tongue. Tie-down straps. A paddle. Life jackets in a sealed bin. And on the pegboard above the workbench, a row of hooks. Keys. House. SUV. Padlock. Boat, a worn brass key, its edges smoothed by thumb and forefinger over years. The wear pattern, right-handed. Thumb on bow, forefinger on blade. Thousands of turns. Ilara took it. Her fingers closed on the cold metal. Tactile encoding, weight 14 grams. Brass. Cut depth 3524. Quickset KW1 keyway. Matches the dock padlock she'd seen from the upstairs window. Same manufacturer, same wear. She moved to the SUV. Driver's door unlocked, arrogance or habit. She slipped inside, the leather cold against her thighs. The key fob sat in the cup holder. She popped the hood release, circled the vehicle, lifted the hood. The engine bay was a sculpture of order. She located the fuel pump relay in the fuse box, slot 17, blue, 20 amp, and pulled it. The relay clicked in her palm, a small plastic heart. She pocketed it. No pursuit by land. The causeway will be submerged by 03:30. He knows this. The boat is the only exit. She closed the hood. Returned to the boat key. The interior door to the house, steel, fire-rated, dead-bolted. She listened. Silence. The house held its breath. She unlatched the deadbolt. Turned the handle. Pushed. The mudroom was empty. Laundry machines. A bench. Rubber boots lined up by size, Thorne's 11s, a pair of 7s. Eli's. The boys' door at the end of the hall. Closed. Ilara moved like smoke. She pressed her palm to the door, cold, solid. Hollow core. No lock on the outside. She knocked. 3 short. Pause. 2 short. The signal they'd agreed on in the language of glances and breath. The night she'd found him on the stairs, his face pale in the security light. He takes the boat at 300. The door cracked. A sliver of darkness. One eye dark huge, lashes wet. Eli. She didn't smile. Smiles were data leaks. She held out her hand, palm up. The boat key lay on her calloused fingers. His hand emerged, thin, trembling, and took it. His fingers brushed hers. Contact. Warm. Pulse rapid. 130, maybe higher. Fear. But also resolve. He nodded once. Sharp. A soldier's acknowledgement. She jerked her head toward the garage. He slipped out, silent as she'd taught him. Heel to toe, weight distributed, breathed through the nose. She followed, closing the mudroom door, engaging the deadbolt. Delay tactic. Seconds matter. The garage door opener, wall-mounted rolling code. She pressed the button. The chain drive groaned, the door rising on aluminum tracks, admitting the night. The marsh hit her first. Smell, anaerobic mud, sulfur, brine, the sweet rot of Spartina. Sound, water on cordgrass, the distant hiss of wind through pine, the woof of a heron taking flight. Light, a sliver moon, waning, barely piercing the low cloud deck. The causeway was a dark ribbon disappearing into water, submerged. On schedule. The boat trailer sat ready. Eli climbed the trailer tongue, released the winch strap, the safety chain. His movements were jerky, efficient, practiced. He's done this before. With Thorne. As witness. As cargo. Ilara stepped to the trailer wheels. Chocks. She kicked them free. Gravity assist. The ramp slopes toward the water. She gripped the trailer frame, braced her boots on the concrete apron. On 3. 1. 2, the garage door shuttered. Stopped. Reversed. Photoelectric sensor. Obstruction detected. She whipped around. Thorne stood in the mudroom doorway. He wore a charcoal Patagonia vest over a merino base layer, charcoal trousers, rubber-soled deck shoes. His hair was damp, recent shower. Post-protocol hygiene. His left hand rested on the doorframe. His right held a 10cc syringe, barrel clear, plunger depressed. The needle gleamed, a slender silver tooth. Subject 8, he said. His voice was conversational, rich with the timbre of a lecturer addressing a rapt hall. Ilara, you've been extraordinarily productive. The spatial mapping, flawless. The behavioral prediction anticipated my relocation protocol by 46 minutes. The fuel pump relay, he tilted his head, bird-like. I should have secured the fuse box. A design flaw. I'll note it for the next iteration. Next iteration. Subject 9. Ilara's throat tightened. 7 women. 7 iterations. She is 8. Eli is not a subject, he's a witness. A variable Thorne hasn't accounted for. You're not leaving, she said. Her voice was steady. Clinical. Prefrontal cortex. Executive function engaged. Language centers, fluent. No tremor. Thorne smiled. The expression reached his eyes, pale blue, the color of shallow water over sand. Oh, I'm not. But you are. The tide turns in 18 minutes. The boat waits for no one. He gestured with a syringe. Succinylcholine. Depolarizing neuromuscular blocker. Onset, 45 seconds. Duration, 6 to 8 minutes. Long enough to load you, secure you, motor to the deep channel. The atropine in my pocket reverses bradycardia if we overshoot. Clean. Efficient. Scientific, he stepped forward. The garage door continued its descent behind him, sealing them in. 17 minutes to high tide. The ramp will be slick. The trailer will slide, whether we want it or not. Eli pressed against the trailer's starboard fender, small and rigid. Variable. Unpredictable. Thorne's model. Eli equals controlled. Eli equals compliant. Eli equals son. Elias, Thorne said, not looking at him. Step away. This doesn't concern you. It concerns me, Eli said. His voice cracked. Puberty. Fear. Defiance. She's not a subject. She's a person. You're the subject. You're the sickness. Thorne's smile didn't waver. Adolescent rebellion. Developmentally appropriate. Tedious, he advanced. 3 meters. 2. Stride length, 0.78 meters. Gait velocity, 1.2 meters per second. Time to contact, 1.6 seconds. Ilara's mind expanded. The workbench. The folding knife on the pegboard, left of the keys. The gasoline can, red plastic, vented half full. The winch handle, steel, ratcheting heavy. The boat hook, aluminum shaft, polymer grip, mounted on the transom. The paddle. Her own body. Eli's body. Thorne's left hip. The syringe in his right hand. The atropine in his left pocket. The satellite phone in his vest pocket. The folding knife in his right cargo pocket. Options. Probabilities. Outcomes. Thorne stopped at arm's length. He didn't lunge. He placed the syringe against her neck, cold plastic, colder needle tip. Jugular. Carotid. 1 push. 45 seconds to paralysis. Conscious throughout. Unable to breathe. Unable to scream. Trapped in a body that won't obey while he loads you like cargo. Remarkable encoding, he murmured. You've invalidated my model. Truly. The metacognitive layer, you're not just recording. You're simulating. Predicting. Choosing, his thumb rested on the plunger. Ashamed to terminate the dataset. But the noise is becoming unmanageable. Police. FBI. That detective Cade. He's close. I can feel him. You've called him to us, Jules. The name was a hook in her chest. Anchor. Tether. Home. Control group complete, Thorne whispered. His thumb pressed. Now. Ilara didn't dodge. She collapsed, knees buckling, weight dropping, the syringe dragging across her jaw, the needle scoring a hot line beneath her ear. Pain. Data. Her right hand snatched the boat hook from the transom. Her left drove the drywall saw into Thorne's left thigh. Femoral nerve, vastus lateralis, 4 centimeters deep. Thorne gasped. His leg folded. The syringe skittered across the concrete, plunger depressed, clear fluid spraying. Wasted dose. 1 vial remaining in the go bag. Atropine untouched. Ilera rolled, came up on one knee, the boat hook leveled. Staff weapon. Reach, 2 meters. Tip, blunt polymer. Butt, weighted aluminum. Thorne was on one knee, his left hand clamped on his thigh, blood dark on merino wool. His right hand went to his vest pocket, satellite phone. Or folding knife. Eli, she said. Boat. Now, the boy moved. Vast. Desperate. Climbing the trailer, releasing the bow line, shoving the stern. Asterisk, the trailer groaned, gravity taking hold, wheels rumbling down the ramp toward the black water. Thorne laughed. Wet. Broken. You think a boat. Changes the architecture. He fumbled the satellite phone free. Thumb on screen. Pre-programmed. 1 touch. Emergency beacon. Or dead man switch. Or headlights. Not headlights. Spotlights. Twin beams, white and brutal, cutting through the garage door's descending gap, painting the concrete, the boat, the trailer, the 3 figures frozen in the act of escape. The garage door reversed again. Photoelectric sensor. Obstruction detected. A vehicle engine roared, diesel. Heavy. 4-wheel drive. Tires on wet asphalt. Car door slammed. Boots on pavement. 2. 3. 4 sets of footfalls. Tiachorani. Hands where I can see them. Jewels. Jewels. The name exploded in her chest, a supernova of recognition. Voice print matched. Prosody, command register. Emotional valence, high arousal controlled. Distance, 6 meters. Elevation, ground level. Weapon drawn, Glock 17, Generation 5 polymer frame night sights. Tactical light mounted. 2-hand grip. Weaver stance. Training, current. Certification, expert. Thorne turned. Slow. Deliberate. The satellite phone in his right hand. The folding knife in his left, deployed, blade locked, reverse grip. Detective Cade. Julian. You're early. The model predicted 03:45. 20% variance. Acceptable, drop the knife. Drop the phone. On your knees, Thorne smiled. Genuine. Wondering. You came for her. I knew you would. The attachment variable. Love, or whatever you call it. The anchor, he looked at Ilera. She built you in her mind, you know. A room. A tether. You're her architecture. Last warning, Thorne's thumb moved on the phone screen. Not the knife. The phone. Ilera threw the boat hook. Underhand. Sidearm. Rotational velocity. Estimated 12 radians per second. Mass, 400 grams. Trajectory, intercept right wrist. The hook struck Thorne's forearm. The phone flew, spinning, arcing, screen shattering on concrete. The knife dropped from nerveless fingers. Thorne screamed, high, thin, surprise more than pain, and lurched backward, clutching his arm. His left hand went to his vest pocket. The second vial. Succinylcholine. The atropine. He's choosing. No, Jules's voice cracked. Fear. Real. Raw. He fired. 2 shots. Supersonic crack. Muzzle flash strobing the garage. 9 hollow points. Thorne's chest. Center mass. Thoracic cavity. Aortic arch. Right ventricle. Thorne folded. Ragdoll. Physics. Gravity. He hit the concrete hard, the sound wet and final. The vial rolled from his fingers, glass, blue cap unbroken. Silence. Tinnitus. Heartbeat in ears. Blood roaring. Jules was moving. Vast. Low. Tactical approach. Kick the knife away. Kick the phone. Cuff the suspect. Asterisk he paused over Thorne's still form, fingers finding carotid. Pulse check. Negative. Pupils fixed. Time of death, 03:12. High tide. He holstered. Turned. His beam found her. Ilara knelt in the garage's sodium glow, one hand braced on the floor, the other pressed to her jaw where the needle had scored. Laceration. Superficial. Bleeding minimal. Adrenaline crash incoming. Cortisol dropping. Dopamine surge. Oxytocin, Ilara, his voice. Different. Stripped. No badge. No protocol. Just the man. She looked up. Face illuminated. Jaw stubbled. Eyes hazel flecked with gold wet. Hair dark, disordered. Uniform jacket open. Kevlar vest beneath. Hands, large, capable, trembling. Jules, the word was exhalation. Vocal folds. Air. Meaning. He crossed the distance in 3 strides. Dropped to his knees in the oil-stained concrete beside her. His hands hovered, uncertain. Permission seeking. Can I? Are you? God, Ilara, she nodded. Motor control intact. Cranial nerves intact. Cognitive function, nominal. His right hand settled on her wet forearm. Cold fingers, warm palm, calluses from the range, a scar on the knuckle from a childhood bicycle accident, veins prominent, tendons shifting. His thumb traced the bone. Radius. Ulna. Pulse point. 98 and slowing. Contact. Anchor. Real. You're real, she whispered. So are you, he said. His voice broke. Jesus Christ. You're here. Behind them the boat engine caught. Yamaha 4-stroke, electric start, purring to life. Eli at the helm, small silhouette against the marsh light, one hand raised in farewell. Variable resolved. Survival probability, 94%. Foster placement, Mara Larkin. Adoption trajectory, high. Rabbit Ruiz appeared in the garage door, flashlight beam dancing. Cade. We got the boy. Boat's running. Larkin's on the radio, EMS 2 minutes out. Cade, Jules didn't look. His hand tightened on Ilara's forearm. Pressure. Warmth. Grounding. She's here, Rabbit. She's here, copy. Medic, Mara Larkin's voice sharp over the radio static. Cade. Status. Jules keyed his mic with his free hand. Thumb depressed. Subject secured. Suspect deceased. 1 civilian recovered. 1 minor recovered. Scene secure. Ilara Voss located. Alive, alive. The word hung in the garage, in the marsh air, in the space between heartbeats. Ilara leaned into him, just a fraction forehead toward his shoulder, not touching, close enough to smell him. Gun oil, coffee, rain, soap, Jules, and let her eyes close. Visual cortex offline. Sensory integration, tactile, olfactory, auditory. Memory encoding, priority maximum. Tag, survival. Tag, rescue. Tag, love. The tide slammed the causeway, a roar of water and mud and power. The boat engine grew louder, fading. Eli's silhouette shrank against the moon. Jules's other hand came up, cradling the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair, gentle. Reverent. Anchoring. I got you, he said into her hair. I got you. You did it. You did it. Ilara Voss, PhD candidate, survivor, architect of her own rescue, breathed. In. Out. 4 counts. Hold. Release. The memory palace expanded. A new room. This one. This moment. This hand on wet forearm. This voice. This tide. Baseline established. Encoding complete. Storage permanent. Chapter 10. The architecture of after the auditorium in the Department of Psychology smelled of dry erase markers, old wood, and the particular nervous sweat of graduate students who had spent too many nights staring at citation managers. Morning light sliced through the tall windows, catching dust motes dancing above the front row where the committee sat Doctor. Eris Thorne, no relation, a cruel irony Ilara had privately noted, Doctor. Helena Price, and her father, Professor Adrian Voss, who had not looked at her once since she'd taken the podium. He was reading her abstract. Again. His fingers, long and ink-stained, traced the edges of the printed pages, as if the paper might reveal something the screen had not. Ilara gripped the clicker. Her nails were short, practical. Her hands did not shake. Committee members, thank you for your time, she said, her voice clear, calibrated to the room's acoustics. She had practiced in the empty lecture hall at 3:00 a.m. 3 nights running. She knew exactly how her voice carried. My revised dissertation, Survivor Encoding, a framework for victim-led investigation. She clicked. The title slide appeared, clean, unadorned, a single neural pathway glowing against a dark field. 10 years ago, she began, and the room settled into that particular hush that precedes truth. My sister Sarah vanished from the causeway at low tide. I was the last person to see her. For a decade, I built memory palaces to reconstruct that night. I mapped sensory fragments, the smell of salt and diesel, the sound of a car door clicking shut, the temperature of the air on my skin. I treated my own grief as data. I thought if I could just encode it perfectly, I would find the answer. She clicked. A diagram of the hippocampus, amygdala, prefrontal cortex, labeled not with standard nomenclature, but with her own taxonomy. The archive, the alarm, the architect. But memory is not a storage locker, she continued, pacing the narrow space between podium and screen. It is not a static archive. It is a living system, reconstructive, adaptive, ruthlessly efficient. Under acute threat, the brain does not simply record, it prioritizes. It discards the irrelevant. It hyperencodes the spatial, the temporal, the somatic. The smell of chlorhexidine on a predator's hands. The rhythm of his breathing. The tide chart on his wall, a pause. A breath. She saw Jules in the back row, leaned against the wall, arms crossed. He wore a charcoal suit that had seen better days, a tie loosened by exactly 1 centimeter. His eyes were fixed on her face. He did not look at her father. He did not look at the committee. He looked at her, the way he had for 6 months, across kitchen counters and hospital waiting rooms and the silence of 3:00 a.m. When the nightmares came, and his hand found her back without waking. Anchor. Tether. Home. The prevailing model treats the victim's memory as fragile, contaminable, unreliable, Ilara said, and something in her voice hardened, clinical, precise, weaponized. My research demonstrates the opposite. under controlled threat conditions. She glanced at her father, just for a moment, and in documented field cases, survivors exhibit enhanced encoding for threat-relevant stimuli. They become, in effect, the most sophisticated surveillance systems ever designed. They memorize their captors. They map their environments. They record the details that forensic teams miss, because they have to. Survival depends on it, she clicked. Case studies. Anonymized. 7 women. 3 states. 15 years. Subject 8, she said, and the room seemed to compress, demonstrated unprecedented metacognitive awareness during captivity. She did not merely endure, she observed. She constructed a mental blueprint of her captor's residence, his routines, his psychological vulnerabilities. She used her academic training to dissociate strategically, narrating her own panic in real time to preserve prefrontal function. She hid inside the house while her captor searched the marsh. She escaped with another victim, a child, and provided law enforcement with actionable intelligence that closed a 15-year serial investigation. A beat. She is sitting in this room. She did not look at Jules. She did not need to. She felt the shift in the air behind her, her father's sharp intake of breath, the committee's collective stillness. Subject 8, Alara said, meeting Doctor. Price's eyes. Is me. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full, charged with the weight of what had been spoken aloud in this academic sanctuary, the unspeakable rendered into hypothesis and data. Doctor. Aris Thorne cleared his throat. Ms. Voss. Your framework proposes integrating survivor testimony into investigative protocol at earlier stages, before forensic processing, before formal interviews. You're suggesting that the survivor's cognitive map should guide the physical investigation. That is exactly what I'm suggesting, Alara said. The causeway. The tide charts. The key ring by the door. The worn boat key. The vent dimensions. The HVAC access panel. I gave them all to Detective Cade before the search warrant was signed. Before the FBI tactical team deployed. Because I remembered them. Because my brain knew, before I did, that those details were the difference between a rescue and a recovery. She clicked. The final slide, a flowchart. Survivor encoding protocol, from capture to courtroom. This framework is already in use, she said quietly. The Charleston PD Homicide Unit has piloted it. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit is reviewing it for national training. It works because it respects the survivor as the primary witness to their own trauma, not a victim to be protected, but an expert to be consulted. Doctor. Helena Price removed her glasses, rubbed the bridge of her nose. And the ethical implications. You're asking survivors to relive. I'm asking investigators to listen, Alara corrected, gentle but unyielding. The reliving happens regardless. The question is whether anyone is there to catch the data when it falls. Professor Adrian Voss set down her abstract. His hands folded on the table. Slowly, deliberately, he looked up. His face was older than she remembered. The grief had carved new lines around his mouth, deepened the hollows beneath his eyes. But his gaze was clear. Steady. Seeing. Alara, he said, and his voice carried no title, no academic distance. Just her name. You've done something I couldn't. You turned the architecture inward. You made the memory palace habitable. The words hung between them, 10 years of silence, of separate rooms in the same house, of a father who threw himself into research because he couldn't bear to father, and a daughter who built fortresses of index cards because she couldn't bear to feel. Alara's throat tightened. She swallowed. Clicked the presentation off. Thank you, she said. I'll take questions. The defense lasted another hour. Questions about methodology, replication, the ethics of induced stress paradigms. Alara answered each with the precision she had honed in the dark, in the walls, in the voice she had whispered to a mental Jules who had not yet become real. When it ended, the committee deliberated for 12 minutes. 12 minutes in which Jules found her in the hallway, his hand finding her elbow, light, asking permission. She leaned into him. Just for a second. Just long enough to recalibrate. Doctor. Voss, doctor. Price said when they returned, "The committee accepts your dissertation with distinction." Congratulations, the words washed over her. Distinction. Publication. Career-defining. She had dreamed of this moment for 6 years, had written the acknowledgments page in her head 1,000 times. For Sarah. For the memory of you. For Jules. For the reality of you. For Eli. For the future of you. Her father approached her as the room emptied. Students clustered in knots, buzzing with the particular energy of witnessing something historic. Lydia Chen appeared at her shoulder, phone already out, capturing the moment. Her grin wide and fierce, the same grin she'd worn the night she'd hacked Thorne's cloud backup and screamed into the phone. "We got him, Alara. We got the bastard." "Alara," her father said, and she turned to face him fully. Father, he didn't hug her. They were not a hugging people. They were a people of shared silences, and corrected citations and love, expressed through rigorous attention. "The acknowledgments page," he said. "I read the draft you sent," Alara's breath caught. "You did. For my father, who taught me that memory is not what we keep, it's what we do. And who is finally learning to do it differently." He recited it exactly. His voice was rough. "You sent it 3 days ago. I've read it 17 times. 17. A prime number. She would remember that. I'm proud of you," he said. "Not for the degree. For the way you got it. For the woman you became while earning it." He held out his hand. Formal. Dignified. The gesture of a colleague, acknowledging a peer. Alara took it. Her fingers closed around his warm, dry reel. And then, impulsively, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pressing her face to the wool of his jacket, smelling the familiar scent of pipe tobacco and old paper and father. He froze. Then his arms came up, hesitant, then fierce. He held her like something fragile, like something precious, like the daughter he had almost lost twice. "I'm here," she whispered into his neck. "I'm still here. I know," he murmured. "I know. I see you now. I see you." The celebration was not a party. It was takeout Thai food on the floor of the observatory, Alara's attic apartment, the string-connected index cards still on the walls, though the red yarn linking Sarah to Thorne to Causeway had been cut. The timeline remained. Some architectures you didn't dismantle. You just stopped adding to them. Lydia sprawled on the rug, stealing spring rolls from the carton. 7 publications in 6 months. You're a monster. A glorious, terrifying monster. Peer review is a cruel mistress, Alara said, handing her the chili oil. Ask Jules. He's been editing my response to reviewer 2 for 3 weeks. Jules looked up from where he sat against the sofa, a legal pad on his knee, red pen poised. He wore a charcoal Henley now, sleeves rolled to elbows, bare feet on the floorboards. Domestic. Impossible. 6 months ago, he had existed only in the war room and the Causeway fog and the space between her ribs. Reviewer 2 is an idiot, Jules said without looking up. But your rebuttal on the ecological validity critique is solid. Just tighten the language on page 12. The laboratory cannot replicate the stakes. Make it controlled environments lack the motivational salience of actual threat. More precise. Alara watched him. The furrow between his brows. the way his thumb rubbed the pen's clip. The scar on his left forearm, faint, white, from the night on the dock when Thorne's syringe had grazed him during the struggle. Alive. Real. Here. Thanks, she said. I'll fix it. Mara Larkin leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a beer in hand. She looked tired in the way of people who carry other people's trauma for a living. But her eyes were bright. Eli's asleep in the guest room, she said. Took 3 bedtime stories and a negotiation about whether dinosaurs had feathers. He's good. Better than good. He asked me yesterday if he could keep his last name. Said Thorne is just a name. It's not him. Alara felt something loosen in her chest, a knot she hadn't known was there. What did you tell him? That he gets to decide who he is. Every day. Just like the rest of us. Mara's gaze met hers across the room. He's starting therapy next week. Trauma-informed. He chose the therapist himself, some woman who specializes in complex PTSD in adolescence. Kids got better instincts than half the agents I work with. He comes by it honestly, Jules said, not looking up from his edits. His mother was a forensic accountant. She saw patterns nobody else did. Thorne suppressed it. Made her stop working. Isolated her, his pen stilled. Eli has her mind. He just needs to learn to trust it. The room settled into comfortable silence. The hum of the refrigerator. The distant sound of traffic on King Street. The tide chart on Alara's wall, still there, updated weekly, showed low tide at 04:47 tomorrow. She thought of the causeway. The mud. The cordgrass. The way the water had risen over the road markers the night Thorne took her, swallowing the path behind her. Here. This is where I stopped being prey. She stood. Walk with me, Jules capped his pen. Set the pad aside. Rose in one fluid motion. No hesitation. No complaint about the hour or the cold or the early shift tomorrow. He grabbed his jacket. Her coat. Held it out for her. Always, the causeway at 11:00 p.m. was a different world than the one she knew. No traffic. No tourists. Just the vast, breathing dark of the marsh, cordgrass whispering in the wind, the occasional splash of a redfish tailing in the shallows. The Milky Way sprawled obscenely bright overhead because the island's light pollution ended at the bridge. The tide was out. The road markers stood like skeletal ribs against the sky, barnacle-encrusted, patient. The water had retreated to the main channel, leaving miles of glistening mudflats reflecting starlight. Alara stopped at the exact spot where the silver SUV had sat, where the man in the crisp shirt had waved, where the taser probes had bit through her coat. She knew the coordinates by heart. 32, 7,891 degrees N, 79, 9,342 degrees W. She knew the water temperature that night 14, 2 degrees C. The wind speed, 6 knots NE. The phase of the moon, waning gibbous, 73% illumination. She knew the smell. Chlorhexidine. Salt. Fear, hers, sharp and metallic. His absent. The most terrifying thing about him, no fear scent at all. Jules stopped beside her. Close enough that his shoulder brushed hers. Not crowding. Never crowding. Just there. The shore she had swum toward. Do you come here often? He asked quietly. Sometimes. When the memories get too loud, she tilted her head back, breathing the marsh air. I walk until the index cards in my head stop flipping. Until the palace settles. Does it settle? She considered. The question deserved honesty. Mostly. The acute encoding fades, Thorne's voice, the intercom static, the cold water temperature protocols. Those are archived now. Filed. Accessible if I need them, but not playing. She flexed her fingers. But the nightmares. Those are different. They're not memories. They're variations. What if I hadn't seen the key? What if Eli hadn't been on the stairs? What if you hadn't come? Jules was silent for a long moment. The wind moved through the cordgrass, a sound like dry paper rubbing. I almost didn't, he said. The night of the escape. Command wanted to wait for the tactical team at first light. Protocol. Procedure. The causeway's a death trap at high tide, single lane, no cover, ambush central. His jaw tightened. Rabbit looked at me. Said, "Boss, she's not a suspect. She's not a statistic. She's yours. And if you don't go now, you'll never forgive yourself." Alara turned to face him. The starlight caught his profile, the line of his nose, the shadow of stubble, the exhaustion etched around his eyes. So I went, he continued. Lights and sirens off. Just the beam-cutting fog. I didn't know you were free. I didn't know Eli was with you. I just knew. I had to be there. Had to witness. Even if it was just. Recovery, his voice cracked on the last word. The only crack she'd ever heard in that steady baritone. I parked at the boat ramp. Walked the dock. And then I heard the engine. Saw the spotlight. Saw him, calm, impressed, holding a syringe. And then I saw you, pulling that boy into the boat, moving like water, like you'd been born in the marsh. He turned to her. His eyes were wet in the darkness. You were magnificent, he said. You are magnificent. And I didn't save you. I just showed up. The saving was all you. Alara reached for his hand. Found it in the dark. Interlaced their fingers, her nails short, his knuckles scarred, the fit imperfect and perfect all at once. You showed up, she said. Every time. The war room. The hospital. The nights I screamed. The mornings I couldn't get out of bed. The dissertation drafts you edited at 3 a.m. While I slept on your shoulder. You showed up. That's not nothing, Jules. That's everything. She stepped closer. Rested her forehead against his chest. Felt his heartbeat, steady, slow anchor. In my memory palace, she whispered, there's a room for you. It's the only one, with a door that stays open. The only one with light on all the time. His arms came around her. Held her against the wind, the cold, the vast, indifferent marsh. Good, he murmured into her hair. Because I'm not leaving. Not ever. They stood like that for a long time. The tide turned. She felt it before she heard it, a subtle shift in the air pressure, the smell of brine strengthening, the first soft lapping of water returning to the mudflats. The road markers disappeared one by one, swallowed by the rising dark water. The path she had been taken down, the path she had escaped, the path Jules had driven through fog to find her, all of it vanishing beneath the indifferent tide. Covering the road. But not the memory. Alara lifted her head. Jules kissed her forehead, gentle, reverent, tasting of salt and Thai spices and home. Here, she said, voice steady against the wind. This is where I stopped being prey. His thumb traced her cheekbone. His eyes held hers, dark deep, seeing every layer. And this, he said, is where I found you. The tide rolled in. The causeway disappeared. But they remained, two figures on the shore, anchored to each other, watching the water rise, remembering everything.